Water and Food Laboratory within the IDZ Science and Technology Park. I hope I'll do justice to the program as my colleague yesterday did. I'm used to just sitting in the lab wearing a white lab coat, so I'm not really used to presenting in front of a big audience. Today, our program will start, sorry about that, with a presentation from the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Then we will have Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. And then we will have our tea break. We will communicate the changes in time as we go. And then after tea, we will have TIA, the Technology Innovation Agency. Then we will have presentation from the National Youth Development Agency. And then we will have Indalo Intrusive just before our lunch break. And then after lunch, we will have a presentation from ECDC, Eastern Cape Development Corporation. And then we will have Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. And then finally, we will have National Empowerment Fund. Then we will have our closing remarks. Throughout the session, we will keep it as interactive as yesterday. This is a workshop, so ask as many questions to ensure that your businesses, when you leave here, you have opportunities to apply for funding confidently. And as yesterday's session, they did leave their contact numbers, so we're hoping that you'll use those contact numbers in making sure that your business thrive and better the whole of the Eastern Cape, because that's why we are here. We want to change, innovate the Eastern Cape and build our entrepreneurs. While we are busy loading the presentation, as Ms. Denise yesterday alluded, STP, which is the Science and Technology Park, is very involved in assisting entrepreneurs, SMMEs, build their businesses, improve their businesses through skills development, incubation. So you can use the facilities within the STP, contact my colleagues in any time you need those. We also part of the what we called an international science parks, where we interact with all the science parks within the region of Africa, also abroad. Our head is the president of the African Division of International Science Park. So our SMMEs have had chances to interact with other SMMEs outside Africa internationally. So you being part of this group and being part of our stakeholders, you get to enjoy those incentives as well. Well, my role is just water and food testing, so it is interesting as the other colleagues. I make sure that the water that you drink, the food that you eat is suitable. Working with the municipalities to ensure that the spaza shops that sell you the food that they sell you are regulated. They sell you products that are quality and within the regulations to avoid all the illnesses that are happening around the Eastern Cape. Oh, sorry. Okay, please bear with us. Technology is technology today. Yes. Also, I like to encourage interactions within you as well, because maybe your supplier or your business is just right next to you. Don't know. Maybe I'm selling magwinya and I need someone to assist with that business. So workshop, interact. I read something this morning actually that said, not sure if I'm gonna find it now as we are patiently waiting. It said that majority during workshops, entrepreneurs tend to take pictures more than sharing business cards. So you go to a workshop and you want to take selfies instead of creating relationships. When you attend a workshop, make sure you leave there with a business card that will, in the future, maybe generate revenue for your company, create networks, create partnerships. Because sometimes, as much as we would love to run our business alone, maybe you can get a partner within the workshop that you can work together. This right. I don't know, when I was listening to Isikalo Youth Fund yesterday, there were so many opportunities for funding that they do. And I'm thinking maybe sometimes you might need to realign and say, can I start there so that I can get funding with this one to ensure that I build the business that I want to build in future? Because sometimes you might see this presentation and you think, hey, my idea, my innovation is not aligned with those funders. Then you think, what could be aligned? What can I start? Because we are entrepreneurs, we are innovators. So maybe think of an idea that might be aligned to get funding, build it, generate revenue, and then start what your dream has always been. Okay, again, I would like to sincerely apologize for the delays. And before wasting any further time, can we please welcome, apologies, Miss Andy Sokwana from DIDIT for the first presentation. Oh, we've changed. Sorry, apologies for that. My sincere apologies. Our program has changed, so we'll start with Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. Let's please give a warm welcome to Ms. Mandisa Matungwane to the stage.
Good morning. Am I audible? Good morning. I'm just going to give those people who are still standing time to settle. Okay, so is someone going to help me with the slides, or am I on my own? I don't want to operate, but there's someone operating. I must operate. Okay. All right. Okay, so how are you guys? How was the workshop yesterday? Oh, the conference. What is it? The conference? Workshop. Okay, how was it yesterday? Did you get information that you think was good? Yes. Yes? Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to be standing behind here because I understand there's also people online. It's not my style. I don't want to feel like I'm a preacher. Okay, so we are coming from SEDFA, which is Small Enterprise Finance and Development Agency. SEDFA, which is the combination of the former CEDA, CIFA, and the Cooperatives Development Bank of South Africa. Those agencies have now been meshed into one. So my name is Mandisa Matungwane. I am from East London. I was born in Tanzania, and I'm here with. I'm a business advisor from here in East London. Some of you will know me. Maybe just I saw two faces that I know. I've been with the agency for about 18 years now. So you can ask me anything before CETFA and now. And I'm here not alone. I'm with Shumela Kicha at the back, business advisor, and Siwapiwe Matigane, our intern business advisor. All right, so I understand also that after the presentation, you would like to maybe come and consult with us on a one-on-one basis. We will be available to do that. All right. So CETFA, as of 2024 October, has become a one-stop shop for non-stop financial support as well as for financial support. So I was told here that you are more interested in the funding programs that we've got. So I'm not going to be spending a lot of time on the non-financial support. I'm just going to go mainly through the funding programs so that at least you get what you ask for, and also the presentation can be very long if I do everything. All right, so I'm starting with this slide because I just want to get you excited in terms of what is new. These are new programs that some of them have already been launched this year, and some of them will still be launched this year. So we have the Imbali for Hair, women-owned enterprise program that was launched in May. We have the construction fund program already launched also in May. That one we are in collaboration with the CIDB. And then we have the Youth Entrepreneurs Entrepreneurship Program is launching. If I'm correct, I think the date is the 24th of this month. So the minister will be launching that program. Then we have other programs that will still be launched this year. We are working with stakeholders in most of them. We have collaborated with other funding institutions. So some of them you will notice that it's not a new program. It's something that we are relaunching. So if you were familiar with that program before, there will be some changes that were made to it in terms of criteria, in terms of the amounts available for small enterprises. Okay. I'm trying to go to the next slide. Okay, so the changes that are in the programs is that they're trying to make sure that there's less red tape and that there's not a lot of paperwork that you as the entrepreneur has to submit when you're applying for funding. At least that's straight, the first stage of sifting and looking and pre-qualifying you must not require a lot of work from your side. And then once you are in from phase one, then that's when we're going to require you to submit the actual information that will then determine whether you are fundable or not. Because the feedback from the sector, which is yourself, is that you're doing a lot of work only to find out at the end that, oh, it was not all worth it. You still have maybe some work to do first before you can be funded. So when you see these programs being launched, I'm trying to encourage you that you must apply. The first process of applying is easy, and at least you get some feedback, and then you can know what to do in terms of making sure your next application will be successful if you were not successful. And also, once you get through the first phase, and then there were some challenges, you get feedback, that's when you move over to the non-financial support side of our organization. For example, if they say, okay, yeah, you say you have a market, for example, and but we cannot see it in your financial projections. We want you to prove to us that there's a market. It might mean that you need a feasibility study to be done, one that's convincing, so that when you submit your application, it can be seen with a different eye. So that's when you then come to the non-financial support section of CETFA, and then you'll be assisted with that kind of intervention where you have your feasibility study done. Okay, so they also trying here to make sure that everyone has been reached. There's no segment of the small enterprise sector that is feeling like they are neglected. Every time they try to apply, they're saying, no, you don't meet the criteria, or it's not for your sector. So those are, if I summarize, some of the reasons why the programs are being relaunched. Okay. It's not needed, it's this. Is there another way that I can move to the next slide without clicking? Is there a mouse? Because when I click, it doesn't, it takes time to click. It's not like it's just okay, I'm supposed to say. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're gonna go through all of this, guys, except for the cooperatives, banking support, and wholesale lending. This is not for this audience, so I'm not gonna go through those slides. I can just mention what it's all about without going into the detail. Okay. So our vision is to empower South Africa's small enterprises for inclusive growth, transformation, and sustainable employment. And you need to pay attention to this, so that when you do your application, when you write your proposal, you are talking to our vision and our values. Because if you're going to apply for funding and you're saying, no, I'm not going to create any job, you're not going to get funded. It says there's sustainable employment. It says inclusive growth. If this business of yours is not looking like it's going to be sustainable and growing, it's a risk already. So, because if it does not grow, it means you might not be able to repay the loan maybe that you took. Transformation, are you doing something that we can measure at the end to say we have moved forward in terms of the South African economy, moving it from the hands of the former, the only people that benefited from the economy, to the rest of South Africa. So, okay. Let's skip all the boring stuff. And okay, we have a new structure because we are a new organization. We have been merged, but this is at a macro level. We still also trying to find ourselves where we fit in there. But I'm from the CEDA, former CEDA, so we have automatically been put in the pre-funding division, but post-funding is also with our section. So pre-funding, post-funding section, and then there's the lending and investments. That's where you go and sit when you apply for finance. Okay. Okay, like I was saying, there's the wholesale lending channel, and then there's the direct lending channel. We're going to focus on this side, direct lending channel. All right. So what direct lending instruments do we have? Okay. So we have two instruments that are always available. And with these instruments, we're trying to be like an open bank where you can just go in and say, I need this, I need that. So one of them is called asset finance. Asset finance is the same as you would go to the bank for an installment sale agreement. Maybe you want to buy a car, you want to purchase an asset like a machine, or like it's not like a normal term loan business. You just financing the asset, like vehicle finance. That's what it is. So it's an installment sale agreement for that equipment that you're buying. All right. So this one, what do I tell you about it? I don't want to read everything here, but like I'm explaining, you have a machine, you don't want to take a long-term loan, you just want to purchase a machine, maybe a TLB, maybe a delivery vehicle, maybe you just want computers, maybe you just want whatever equipment you're using in your business. You go to CETFA, you say, I just want to finance for me this. So what happens in this case? In this case, we're going to say, we don't want a business plan. We want you to give us your bank statement. Like you go to the bank when you want vehicle financing. You want your pay, they say must give your pay slip, give your proof of where you live, etc., etc. And then you submit those, and then they look at your bank account. They say, okay, yeah, the money is coming in, the money is going out. Can you afford this? What's your income statement? So that's the similar exercise that we do, but on your business now. We say, give us your financial statements for the business. Give us your proof that you're going to be continuing operating for at least 3 years or so. And then we finance you based on what's currently happening in your business. Then that asset, we will hold on to that asset until you have paid. So you don't own it. The same as when you buy a car. You don't own it until you finish by paying for repaying your installments. All right. I think it's straightforward. I don't want to spend time on that one. Okay. Then we have purchase order financing or bridging loans. That one, if you have like a tender or a purchase order and you need financing to be able to deliver on that purchase order. So we are always there waiting for people to come in and say, I have an order, I need funding so that I can deliver on the order. So you don't have to do a long process and go and apply online. Please, if you have this, because it's also time-based, it's very important, the time frame when you come and how fast we can do it. And because it's dependent on the date that your customer wanted to deliver. So the sooner you come, the better, because there's certain processes that we have to follow and we can't break the processes for you. So you have to come soon so that we can respond effectively. So this one it's based on a session. So the people that you are going to be paying you, that you're going to be invoicing, they must be willing to sign a session with us, which is also part of the process that you need to give us time to organize. So if they are willing to sign, then it's fine, it's done, and then you get your funding. This one is it's based on how much you are applying for, and also there's an interest rate applicable. It was 6%. It's not written here, but since if I sound like I'm not sure about especially the specific figures, it's because things are being redefined. So I know maybe I was in a meeting where something else was said, and if I don't see it here, I'm not confirming it because it might not be the actual final information. But if you applying, you will know the information when you apply, the actual percentage that you're gonna be charged in terms of interest rates for that. Okay. So the turnaround time for this one is very quick because we're trying to assist you to deliver on your purchase order. So like I was saying, the important thing here, go as soon as you can so that you don't get disappointed in terms of us not being to service you within your time frame. Okay. Okay, so the usual criteria for you to apply is that you must be a South African citizen, all right? Then it must be a company that's applying, not an individual person. The business must be operating within the borders of South Africa, okay? And the people working for you in your business must also be South African. Okay, at least 95% South African, okay? So don't say I said other people must not be employed. Then the people that are applying, if you own the business, you must work in the business. So you cannot apply for our funding and then you still have a job somewhere else. Someone else is going to run the business for you because we're investing on you, the entrepreneur, and we want you to take full commitment and be there and be responsible and be accountable. So, all right, what else is important here? 51% Black ownership in the case that you have someone else in your company who's not a Black person. Okay. Right. There will be cases where we require you to have some financial contribution, especially for the direct lending when you're taking a term loan. Some collateral or equity or personal surety. Every application is treated on its own merits, and a deal is structured for you for your application. So you cannot compare what happened to the other person with yours, because something else could be happening with this deal, because maybe this person is a big contract from Mercedes-Benz for 100 million and yours does not have those things in the deal and in the risk management that we are trying to make sure we don't forget every time when we give funding. Okay, so those were the two instruments. Always there, go anytime and say, can I apply for this? I have this opportunity, or I want to finance the machine. Then we have direct lending programs. Okay, these are now the programs that they get updated now and then. Some of them you see them or you don't see them. Maybe they change them or they shut it down or they move it to another department. When I say they, I'm saying, maybe you're thinking, why does she always say they? I am part of the organization, but we are an agency under the Ministry of the Department of Small Business Development. So everything is done together. So the department gives us our vision and our mandates, and if they update things or they change our APP plannings, then we have to change. That's why sometimes there are these changes by them, which then we have to implement. Okay, so this program is called Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, TREP. It is for businesses that are operating in the township or rural area. So it's not for people that are living or have residence in the township and rural sections of our community. It is for businesses that are operating in those spaces. So if you're staying there, but your business is in town, in the city, you must not apply. Okay. If you want to apply for this, maybe it means you must move your business then to the location or rural. So this is 1 million. The maximum value that you can apply for is 1 million rand. And of that 1 million rand, the grant funding is 100,000. So it's a blended funding. 100,000 rand, you will not pay back. 900,000 rand, you will take as a loan. Is it a lot? Is it, what is a lot? The loan or the grant? Okay, I thought the grant is a lot. Okay, so okay, so here's some examples for you. Like you can see there, if you took 150,000 rand, you get only 75,000 rand grants. 250,000, you get 100,000 grants. But like I said, this is a presentation. When you apply, don't say Mandisa said this, because I don't know, that 100,000 rand for 250, for example, it does not look correct for me. So it could be somebody, the person who was typing the presentation made a mistake, because the 100,000 rand is applicable when you apply for 1 million. Maximum you can apply for is 1 million, right? Okay, so you're paying this. It's not a. It looks nice, né? But it's tricky in the sense that you only have 3 years to pay back, and for a small business, sometimes this installment is very high. So you need to be sure you've worked out your plan and you know how you're gonna repay this money. We give you a moratorium of about 3 months. If you request, they can extend it maybe with another 3 months, 6 months, not more than 6 months moratorium, which means you don't pay back, you don't start paying back your loan. You start paying back your loan after those months. It's got an interest rate of 5%. For example, if you take, say you take about 350,000 or just under 400,000, your installment can easily go to about 12,000. Because now we're not giving you 5 years or 6, 7 years to pay. That's why it's high. So just apply your mind, but this is a good program. A lot of businesses have been assisted by it. But I'm just saying, guys, if you're going to take money, just be principled, be disciplined, and really work hard. And you can get over these 3 years before you know it, and then you can apply. And if you do good on your first loan that you were supported with, you then are eligible to apply for further funding with us. All right, so anything goes here: machinery, equipment, working capital. You want to buy stock, even you see salaries, rent, but you can't obviously apply for rent and salaries for the whole amount. Okay, so some of the money must go towards that. All right. What else to mention here? It's open always. It does not have an opening and closing date. So anytime you can apply. So sectors here that have been prioritized, but then it's not the only sectors. It just means these are prioritized. We would like to make sure that we assist these people: clothing and textile, bakeries, confectionaries, chisanyamas, cooked food, not catering. If you are catering and waiting for a purchase order, not for you. Chisanyama, cooked food, it means you are cooking every day and you are selling your products. Then retail, any retail will go. And then automotive, repairs, whether you're selling spares or you are fixing tires, whatever, or selling cars. Personal care, all personal care, abenzinzipho, inwele, massage, whatever, personal care. Even products, personal care products. Artisans, anything goes there, artisans. All right. You see, that's the picture you see when you think about a township. Those are the businesses that you will find. Okay, then we have this Amarulantlela funding scheme. If you remember on the first slide, it's also there, it's going to be relaunched. Okay, this one is for the people with persons with disabilities, yeah, that are in business. Unfortunately, for now, it's not as it is now. I don't know what they're going to launch, the refined version. As it is now, it does not have any grant portion. It's a loan. You're taking a business loan, but there's money set aside just for these individuals with these challenges that they can apply for these monies. Also at 5% interest rate. Sorry, it's at prime less 5%. Payable over 5 years, 60 months. Yeah, so it's a normal SETFA loan that you'll be taking. It's up to 15 million. Okay, so you never apply any of this funding, please. You can never apply for 20,000 rand, 40,000 rand. Everything begins from 50,000 and then you go up. Okay, for all these funding where it's a loan, it's up to 15 million rand. We are kept at 15 million for loans to businesses. Okay, I think I can move on. Then we have the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program. This program sits with the department, but we can support you in terms of assisting you to begin the process and then to apply for it. And then it's at our head office. The people that are supported with it are sitting at head office. So if you are a manufacturer and you want funding, also up to 15 million rand, you cannot go above that. 84 months to repay your loan. Moratorium of 3 months. All right. There's a 20% grant funding. So you take 50 million rand, but you can have 20% of that. You don't have to pay it back. Okay. The loan is repayable at prime lending rate. So whatever the prime lending rate is at the time when you are signing your contracts, then you will be charged at that interest. All right. So here you are a manufacturer. So you need to do your business plan. It's a formal application. You need to do your business plan and your due diligence. If you're already applying, you need to show what is happening currently in the business. And therefore, this is what I want to do. This is where I'm going. And because I'm going to do these things, I need this money. And everything must talk to each other. What you have in your business plan, in your current situation, in your business plan, in your projections, in your application must talk to each other so that it makes sense for us. All right, so yeah, this is open. It does not have a date when it's closed. Then we have the Youth Challenge Fund. The Youth Challenge Fund is also being reviewed. It's going to be launched soon, I think this month. Okay, so you have this program is for not just for youth, it's also targeting the people coming up with innovative concepts, people in the media, ICT, digital space, because we're trying to boost the creativity and businesses from young people in this space, because that's where the world is going. In fact, I think, Tina, we are behind already. The world has shifted and we are still, and it's young people who are getting it in terms of what to do and how to compete in this digital era. So this is what it's about. So if you are a startup, the max for you is 2 million. If you are an existing business, you can apply up to 15 million. What's the difference between startup and existing? If you are existing, you're going, when I say to you, give me 3 years financial statements, annual financial statements, in. If I say, give me 6 months bank statements, here. Give me historical information in terms of how you've been servicing your customers. You're going to say, last year, this is what I did. This year, this is what I did. And if you cannot do this for the past 3 years, you're not existing. At least 2 years, if your figures, your financial statements are showing are good, I can see revenue. Like I don't see like 10,000 rand, and then it only went up to 15,000 rand this year in terms of revenue. So I need to see that this really is a business, because if I see 10,000 rand and then I see 20,000 rand, it means you are still trying to establish the business, right? It's not really established. So even if I ask you, what was your plan? What was your plan when you started? How much money did you think you're going to make? It's not going to be 10,000. It's not going to be 20,000. So you need to be honest with yourself, because we don't want you to waste your time. We want you to, when you apply, then at least we can assess your application fairly, and now where you were fair in terms of what you're giving us. So if you're still at startup level, you must be honest and say, okay, I'm applying for 2 million because I'm still at startup level. I can only give you 1 year financial statements, or I don't really have financial statements. I'll give you my management accounts to show that there's something I'm doing now, but I don't have the full information. Don't go and cook information. Don't go and take documents and change them, or ask your accountant, please just make it look like this. And I'm saying that because when you've submitted stuff and then it looks promising, do you know what we do? We come out, we come visit your business. We want to see those things that we were excited about when we were looking at your application. People from head office will come, one from legal, one from credit, and one from business support here, and then one from your investment officer, the one who's doing your application. And they want to see everything that you said. And it's not just a quick thing. They want to really see, and you have to show them, this is what I was talking about. And then they say, okay, come with us. We're gonna go to your customers that you've given us letters. Maybe you said, there's a letter of support, of intent. This is the business that's gonna support. Then we go with you to that business. Then we sit with them. We say, do you know this person? Oh, okay. So what's the agreement here? How are you really going to take these products, this and that? And then we confirm everything. We also want to see their operation. We go in and we look, oh, okay, yeah, there's really people working, there's machinery, there's orders coming in and out. This thing it looks good. If you said I have suppliers, we also want to go see sometimes, not all the time. It depends what it's all about. We want to go and see, is there really a supplier for this? Can they sustain this? Because we don't want to start paying your loan and then you say, oh no, my supplier closed shop. Now I can't operate because I don't have the supplier, and it's expensive now, I have to import it from somewhere. So we do that, we call it due diligence before we sign the contracts and before we approve them. So these things are important. So rather apply as a startup if you know that you are really still trying to set up your business. Okay, ages must be between 18 and 35. So if you're already 35, apply soon so that you don't, and then follow up your application. But if you're 35, I think it's already late because it's gonna take some months, maybe before you get approved. So everything goes through a panel there's always a panel. It's not one panel. There are panels like a adjudication panel. So everything will go through there. So there's not a situation where one person or two people will decide whether you're funded or not. So everything is done, then it's presented, and then it's adjudicated, and then you get approved. All right, so I was still trying to explain that this is for youth, but not just anything. It's for creatives, digital, innovative solutions. So there's a grant portion for the 2 million rand, 40% grant, and then there's 30% grant sorry, the red channel, if you're wondering what's the red channel, the red channel means you are definitely doing what the fund is for, which means you are in the sectors that I mentioned, you're doing the digital, the innovative stuff. And then the blue channel, it means you are a youth business, but you are not necessarily doing what we want, what is this program is prioritized for. So you can still apply, but your grant portion will be less. It will be 30%. Okay. All right. So if you are a startup, 2 million. If you are existing, 15 million. Okay, so that's, I don't want you to be confused there. All right, let's move on then to the next one. Okay, I'm going to skip this one because it's moved. It's no longer a program that we are doing. Okay, before we do that, okay, I'm just going to explain what this is about, just briefly. Wholesale finance. When we say wholesale lending, we mean we have, okay, if you say Kula credit guarantee, here we have, this is an institution of ours where if you need collateral, if you've taken a big amount and then you need collateral, so you have maybe a contribution, but you don't have the collateral. So we apply to them, but they have to approve you to qualify for the collateral. And if they approve you, and then you can you get funded with that collateral, meaning that you don't have to put your house down as collateral, or your business property as collateral, because we've covered. But this, I don't want to talk a lot on it because it's specific to certain funding deals, and also you can discuss it with your investment officer when you apply, if you can get this support credit indemnity scheme or not. Okay, it's not applicable to all the programs. And then when we say wholesale lending, we have funding for institutions or businesses that want to be in the business of borrowing finance to other businesses. So if your concept is that I want to be a formal business loan financing business, then that's for you. Then you can apply, and then we can show you the different programs we've got, and then you can run your business in that fashion. It works the same as like when we fund the incubator, because we also have incubators. So we fund the incubator, then the incubator finds its own customers, and so this is how it works. So we're not going to give you, if we give you money as a lending business, we're not going to help you with businesses, and you're not going to market to our clients. You're going to market however you're going to market, and then till now we're going to give you money, and then we're going to have an agreement with you in terms of how you're going to repay our funds. Okay. Then that was wholesale lending. There's a number of these slides are just showing where we have such. There's very few in Eastern Cape. So if you think about it, if you would like to do this, see Eastern Cape, Mabile app, microfinance wholesale, Mabile Eastern Cape. Okay. So we also have, okay, it's a pity I can't go to the website. Okay, I'm just gonna also talk from my notes here. So we have commercial property funding. So if you have a property and you'd like to do business with that property or in that property, you can also apply for this funding. But if, let's say, someone is selling a property where you were renting and you want to buy that property, you can apply. But you need to prove to us that you've been operating from there for at least 3 years. So you'll have an lease agreement that you were operating from there for the past 3 years and you've been paying rent, right? And then when you fund you, then the property becomes collateral for that loan. We take a covering bond for the loan and we'll support that at prime rate, at whatever current the prime rate is at that stage. Also, this is also suitable for those people who want to do student accommodation. In that case, you have the properties must be already zoned for commercial use. Okay, it must not be residential. So if it's not, just do that process because it can take long, maybe 7 months, 8 months to do this rezoning. So it must be a property that's zoned for commercial use, and then you apply for that funding. And also remember, guys, you always need to prove that there's a market. So if you have a property, let's say it's already commercially zoned, that's not enough. You need to make sure that you have somebody who says, I will give business, I will bring students. So you go to the university, to the tertiary institutions, and you get those, get a contract or a letter of support, or you apply somehow to get something that you can say, here's a market. If you definitely give me this money, I'm going to be able to have business. Okay. And a letter of intent is also good enough, because we're still going to do our due diligence. Remember, you can give us the letter of intent. We'll go all the way, but we won't give you the money if when we get to those people, they say, no, we're not going to give business. So then the whole deal falls through the cracks. All right. Then normal direct lending. This is now you just like, I'm a business, I'm operating, I just want to borrow money. And I have a couple of things that I know I'm going to do with this money. Now you're taking a loan, it's a business term loan. It's over 5 years, and it will be at prime plus, maybe prime plus 2%. At the time when you go there, you will be told what is the decision now. Is it prime plus 2? Is it prime plus 1? Or is it just at prime? Okay, but it's usually not less than the prime rate. So this is a loan that you can pay over 5 years. Sometimes we can go to 7 years. Okay, 84 months. This is for maybe you are a startup, you want to start a business, or you're buying a franchise. Okay, this is the loan you apply for. It's direct lending. You are an existing business, you wanting to borrow money for whatever reasons to expand, to continue doing your business. You're given 6 months moratorium, or you want to buy an existing business. Maybe there's a business that you're eyeing and you can see that it's a good business, the people are selling it, the owners are selling it, and you want to take it over. It's a loan, taking a business loan that you will pay back. You need to do the business plan. If you are buying an existing business, you need to bring that business's financial statements. We want to see those financial statements, and it must not be a business that's going down. It must be showing that the business revenue is at least stable or growing. The business is making a profit. Okay. So ask them first before you come apply for those things, or at least have a look at them so that when we want them, you know it's gonna look okay. All right. Also for startups, I think I did say for startups, you can apply just for a normal loan. So if you go to our website, which is cetfa.org.za, you go through all these programs. They are there, and it says you apply here. You can read about it. You can click and apply. So if you go through that, you see none of these are talking to me. My thing does not fit here. Then you go to term loan. You apply for the term loan. Okay, and sometimes if you applied for in fact, not sometimes, if you've applied for the wrong product, the investment officer will be able to assist you to change it to the proper one. But I mean, try and apply for the proper one from the beginning. Okay, what did I not talk about? The women, the new women funding that has been launched. Just 1 second, I need to open another slide and it's in my laptop. Okay. So while I'm opening here, I'm sure you're thinking, why is she not mentioning the Asset Assist program? The cooperatives development. Those programs are not on the slide because they come and go. They are not programs that CETFA owns. Those are the programs of the Department of Small Business Development. And they launch it. They say it's open, there's an open application window, apply, then within a week or 2 weeks, it's closed. You snooze, you what's the thing? You snooze, you lose. Then 15,000 people apply, but there was only 500 million, and the funding is 250,000 per person. Then only a few thousand can be supported. Then everybody else, unfortunately, you get a reject letter or you don't get any response. So I'm trying to say we have those programs, those come and go programs, but we don't have control over what happens there. So when you see it, just follow us on social media and follow the department also. Stella is always talking. She will tell you something is coming, and then you apply and then hope that you will be able to get. But the good thing about it, the first people were approved. If she opens the program again, those people will not be looked at again. It will be the next people. So if you were approved, if you were supported with those grant funding, you're not going to get it twice. The other one is for cooperatives development support. Okay, so I'm trying to open this. So the women, okay, so it's exciting when you hear women fund, ne? Yes. Yes. However, what was done is it's not just any woman that can apply for this funding. Unfortunately. So what we're doing here, we are wanting to strengthen institutional support for women-led, youth-led, and disability-inclusive enterprises. So from that, you can hear that it's women, but also we wanting young women not to be left behind. Women with disability challenges not to be left behind, but women. Then I want to get to the point here. Okay. It's a blended support, so there's a portion of grant funding and then there's a loan. So here is who is prioritized here. Two people are prioritized. Women transitioning from the corporate sector to entrepreneurship. That's the first one. Two, young women graduates entering the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So you must be a young graduate, a woman graduate. You must be a woman that's transitioning from full-time employment to business. Who said that? By not in the Oh, okay. All right. So I don't know. Before this was defined, concluded, and its policy was defined, where roadshows were done, information was solicited, inputs from the floor, from everywhere, and this, yeah, this is what the outcome was. So I would like to think that we're doing the right thing because it's what the community said needs to be done. So with the graduates, I definitely understand it because we need to support young people who have qualifications to at least start doing something because there are no jobs. With the corporate, sorry, I'll give it now. With the corporate sector to entrepreneurship, I think it's, I don't know. It's a new program also for me. No one has applied yet. People have started to apply, but we haven't started processing. So for me, I'm now also reacting like you to think about it. But is it a good thing? We will see. The proof of the eating will be in the pudding will be in the eating. So we will see, because I know some people, they are working, they are good employees. But if you say run a business, big question mark. It's a gray area, ne? Yeah. Okay. So, but this is what it's all about. So let me tell you how much is available and what it's for. Okay. So it says here. Okay. Unfortunately, you can't see it. It says experienced corporate women must be at least 10 years experience. The experience they must have in corporate must be at least 10 years. 51% Black female ownership, high growth potential, which means your concept must be at least feasible and viable. Then the young women graduates under 35. That's a criteria. They must be under 35 and post-secondary qualification. They must have a post-secondary qualification. It can be an early stage business or high potential enterprise. Okay, so that's that one. How much are we talking about now? What's available? In the bag we have for women in corporate sector, non-financial support to the value of 150,000 rand. Financial support, which is now your funding, 5 million. That makes a total package of 5,150,000 rand. So that's the maximum that you can apply for. Okay. When it's a maximum, it doesn't mean take the whole. I mean, you can leave some, just take what you need, apply for what you need, and then you will be funded because remember, you're paying back the loan portion. So, and then for young women, graduate entrepreneurs, it's 100,000 rand non-financial support, and then 1 million for financial support, which makes it 1.1 million. Okay. Okay. The loan is at prime less 3%. The loan is at a prime less 3%, and you also get mentorship, coaching, and market access support. So it's not just going to be like you get funded and then bye-bye, just pay us back. We're going to make sure that we are next to you just to make sure that your business is sustainable. All right. Okay, so that's that one, guys. And then if you want to apply, it's open now. It does not have a closing date. This is important. If you want to apply, go and do it now, because it has no closing date, but it's been said that it's going to be open for a certain period and then they will close. Once they shut, then we start looking at the application. Okay, so there's people monitoring what's happening, how many people have applied. Once they see that, okay, we have the number that we're looking for, then one is going to be late for anyone who has not applied. And then it's very easy. If you go to the website, you will see it's quick, and then you are in. All right, that's that one. And then the construction, the last one I'm going to talk about, I'm already being told that maybe the next guest wants to come to the podium. Let me just talk about the construction fund and then I'll be done. Are there any people in construction here? Okay. Okay, yeah, they are. I hope I can find the information. Okay, so I'm going to send the presentation so that you guys can get the presentation, because the websites where you have to go, the portals, we have a number of portals. So the new programs are on a portal, a new portal called One CETFA. And then the other programs that we've always had are on our website, which is cetfa.org.za. And then there's the non-financial support portal. If you want to be assisted with anything non-financial, business plan, feasibility, marketing, etc., systems for your business, you then go to another portal. At the moment, it's still like that, but eventually it's going to be under one. But if you don't want to wait, because I don't know when it's going to be under one. So, okay, I'm not finding my information on the construction. It's also a new program, so I don't want to talk about it without looking at the info. So maybe that I can just email. Can I email you that? Okay, but in that program, we are working with CIDB. So remember, compliance in all these things, get compliance, please. Compliance, CIDB will be key. So you can apply there if you are not with CIDB and at least you've been graded and everything is right on that site. Then it's funding specific things, only construction companies that are doing construction work. All right, thank you so much. I hope I have given you enough information.
Yes. Let's give her a round of applause again. That was a great and very detailed presentation. I hope we all took notes. Now I'll just open for a few questions because we are all running a bit behind time. So I'm gonna take a few questions and just want my colleagues to assist me if there are any questions also online. Maybe three hands here and maybe 3 hands online if there are any questions. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, let's just go for it.
Thank you so much. My name is Nancy. I'm AC in Eastern, and my company is Chemical Code Beneficial STP program here in Exeter. If I have just received a contract and then my financials are not strong enough, and I also want SEFA to assist you, you consider me as a client. It's my first time receiving a contract of 2 million and I want an assistant. Thank you. And also I would like to thank Usefa Vincent. I was assisted by a guy called Zuzu for my business plan and it went well and everything was success. Thank you. And it was free, I didn't pay for the business. Thank you so much. Elaine here. My question is around the program which you mentioned for women transitioning from corporate employment to entrepreneurship. I would like to know which program is that. And I just want to also support what the first lady mentioned, that self-having said disappointing us. I have also been there for their workshop. I think it was a briefing session, and then from there I went to a training which was conducted by PwC and Faranani, where we were trained on how to craft a business plan and the finance management and everything. So we were there for 2 weeks, we graduated, we got the certificates. So thank you so much to yourself. Process now of getting the funding from them, but now with this one I'm very interested because I am an corporate employer for 26 years. So that would be a good one for me.
Sorry, employee?
Corporate employee for 26 years. So I've transitioned from there to entrepreneurship using my skills that I've acquired from there. Thank you so much.
Enkosi molweni, nami ngicela usidlulisela ngosoti bonke ikhampani engosoti properties, tourism and transport. Nabe ngicela ukuze lapha phathi commercial property funding. Ngicela ukubuza uba mhlawumbe iyenziwa like i-rural funding okanye sifa mhlawumbe nge-funding i-property owners ezine-title deeds from urban areas okanye nayiconsideration i-rural okanye i-township. For example, if mhlawumbe let's say mna ndino-4 land ndikufumana ngokwaz a beneficiary, then ndim-upgrade ndimenze mhlawumbe i-boarding house for the students okanye i-tenants okanye ndenze i-homestays kwezi ndawo zine-tourist attractions, not i-B&B but i-homestays like backpackers and stuff. So ngicela ukubuza if ke ngoku ndirana i-property na-rural area funeke ndathathe ntoni, mhlawumbe faka iileta zoochief okanye ndifaka intoni like into ezoba yileta instead of title deed le iphuma kwi-deeds office. Because
do we have any questions online or anything? Okay. I'll just give you this one. Let me just please take the last one.
Ngicela ukubuza noma i-property xa i-under estate niyayi
Give it over to my lady to answer.
Thank you for the questions. Okay, so you say you have financials, but they are not strong. You have a contract. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Financials are quite strong, but in a contract, it's 2 million rent for a period of how long? 3 years. Okay. You must apply. Then we will consider your application on the strength of your loan, of your contract. But again, then you need to do your financial projections, because we need to see the 2 million. Where is it gonna go, and your cost expenditure against this 2 million? Are you going to be able to manage the loan? Where are you operating from? From a township, city? Okay. Yeah. So if you immediately wanting to go apply now, so what you must do, you must phone our office 0437096200 and ask to speak to Miela, and nicely ask Miela. I'm saying nicely, guys, because she gets a lot of people phoning. Nicely ask Miela if she can give you time so you can explain your inquiry, or to come in and see her. Then there's a round table there. She will sit with you, Payana, ask you, advise you how to package your application. Okay. Then the other question was, with regards to women funding, you asking which program is it? So it's a new program, like I was saying. If you go to One Setfa, look for One Setfa online. Like you can go to Google and say, look for One Setfa. No, one, the name, it's words. Imbali for her. Yeah, it's called Imbali for her. You applied for it, okay. You've already applied, so that's fine. 26 years in corporate, that's relevant. And thank you for the feedback. The two people that are saying we assisted them, it's great. Yes. Thank you so much. And then properties. Now you're asking me if you are in the township or rural, and you wanna do homestays. Remember, when I did the presentation, I mentioned that it must be a commercially zoned property.
Yeah.
So even if we township or rural, the question is it a residential? So then you can't apply with that. You need to first rezone it, apply it to the municipality to have it rezoned, and then after that you can apply. There's that process.
Sorry. I think I'm getting lost. Let's say it says value. Then we will apply at the master to get involved just value. Sorry, it's a follow-up club, basically, which one is a young father, then commercial property. So if my business is the property business, I just value. But this value is no longer in all that. So we do accommodate tourists as well. And from the states already functional. I do have bookings, I do have children, I'm another scholar that I'm actually calling out with kids. So now my interest is how do I apply for that funding? Because mna ndinenxiba nanika imaphepha komkhulu ne-affidavit and stuff namakomiti. Andinayo into deeds office and masipala. And I've got my own prepaid, I don't do postpaid bills. I've got plumbing, I've got electricity, everything is right.
Unfortunately, we cannot give you a loan without because naturally we have to follow the standards that we've been given and according to the guidelines and the policies of the funding programs. But you are able to apply for a grant funding when there's just grant funding. Those programs that I was talking about where it's open and then to close, it's just money that is being given to anyone who's doing a business. You don't have to repay it. Then you can apply for those. And also check with the Department of Economic Affairs. I think if they are here, I think with the LRED funding, they do support in those communities. Okay, then Nedisha was asking about property under in the state. Again, if your property is zoned for commercial purposes, apply, and then we have a legal department. We have very qualified people there who will be able to advise in terms of whether the investment officer can go ahead with your application or not. So it's better to apply, but submit everything, and then they will tell you whether it's a no-go or not. We have the proper, like the bank, we are like the bank when it comes to all this lending and investment. We have everything. Okay, thank you.
No. Okay, let me just. You can ask them.
Good morning, Mary Bruce from the West Acres again. I'd just like to know, you've got all these programs, but just guide us as to say, for instance, what are for instance, if you help us with one funding, or what, I don't know how to put it, for instance, for how many different fundings can you apply within a year, or what is the time frame? For instance, to say that I've applied for a website, now I can't apply for something else, or something like that. Because there are different programs that speaks for different things. And also if, for instance, that the grant come up, where's what are the limitations as to say that I can only apply for one program or one, or then I can't apply for a grant within a year, or those type of time frames.
Okay. Okay, good try. That's double dip. Okay. No, we don't necessarily limit you. Né? So, for example, if you apply for asset, you cannot apply for that same funding again, but you can apply for the other funds that are there. And if you applied for track, and now you, like I was saying, you're doing well in your repayments, and then we see that now you are at expansion level, we encourage you to apply now for another program so that you can grow your business. In terms of non-financial support, we do repeat the interventions. Now, let's say you had a website developed and now you want to do an online store, but we cannot do the same thing that we did, exactly the same thing. Like, it must make sense why we are doing that intervention again. The thing we don't like is if you come now and you say, I am Manti Samatungwane, I have this business and I have this business and this business. I want you to support all these businesses of mine. We want to at least support you with one or two, and then we can, monitor what happens. We can't be spending money everywhere, and we don't even know, we don't have a history in terms of, are you a committed business person or not? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a final round of applause. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll have one final presentation before our tea break. I know people want to have a leg stretch, but let's give our presenter from Technology Innovation Agency, Ms. Temilisha Ndlovu. She will be presenting online. She's joined. You can start, Ms. Temilisha. Let's go give her a warm welcome. She will present from online and then she will do her presentation from there. Over to you, Ms. Temilisha.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just at my presentation. If you could just give me a minute, please. I'm looking for the. Okay. Just a second. I've got a present. Is somebody else projecting, or am I projecting?
Yeah, you are projecting.
Just bear with me.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah, it's not the right presentation. It doesn't have 80 slides. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole day. Just give me a minute whilst I sort this out quickly, please.
Okay.
What are you seeing on your screen? Am I sharing anything?
Yes, you are sharing the 80-page presentation.
Okay. The challenge is on my side, it's not showing me that I'm sharing. So I'm not sure. Maybe I must just come out and join again. Please give me a minute. I will exit this call and come back again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I believe you are seeing the right screen now. Saying it's your corporate presentation ending June 2026.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, very good morning, everyone. Sorry about the hiccup. So my name is Tiffany, and I'm a business development manager within a unit called Strategic Partnerships and Stakeholder Relations Unit at the Technology Innovation Agency. I hope I'm fine. I've secured a quiet room, however, they're busy with renovations in our office, so I hope there won't be any further disturbances as these people working on our roof. Okay, to kick off the presentation, I'll start off with the tier mandate. And just double checking, has my screen moved to tier mandate?
Yes, on the section.
Perfect, thank you. So the tier was established as a AAA entity under the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act, and tier is governed by the what we call a Tier Act, which is Act number 26 of 2008. Basically, we are an agency of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation that has been established with the objective of supporting the state in stimulating, intensifying technology innovations to improve economic growth and the quality of all South Africans through the development and exploitation of technological innovation. So basically what used to happen before TIA was set up, TIA is roughly about 15 years old. It was an amalgamation of regional innovation agencies into one. So TIA on its own has been in existence for the past 15 years. And the agency was set up solely for the purpose of taking research outputs from universities. So the South African government had invested a lot in research done by universities, and this research would sit and accumulate dust. And that was seen as not being very progressive. So TIA was set up solely for the purpose of taking that basic research, developing it further through the different technology readiness levels, up to a level where the research is ready for commercialization. As indicated earlier, we are the agency of the Department of Science and Technology, set up purely for the purpose of translating research outputs from universities to commercialization and to the market for the benefit of South Africans. So in terms of our vision, mission and values, in terms of the vision, we are a leading technology innovation agency that stimulates and supports technological innovation to improve the quality of life for all South Africans. And our mission is to translate the knowledge resources into sustainable economic opportunities. So it is that knowledge that is generated by universities, we translate it into tangible opportunities in terms of products and services that can benefit South Africans and improve and result in economic growth for the country. And then my next slide is the TIA role. TIA is an active funder. We will provide risk funding and support for innovators to progress ideas towards market entry and commercialization. When we say we provide the risk funding, we play, especially in the very early stage, early funding stage. TIA is typically an early stage funder where no one wants to get involved, when the opportunity or the idea or the innovation is still very early, that's where we come in with different instruments that I will touch. I'll speak about a little bit later, to try and assist our innovators to develop their innovations. We are a connector where we catalyze partnerships between SMEs, industries, universities, and science councils to develop and enable environment supporting sector-specific innovations for global competitiveness. We are a facilitator in the space where we attract and facilitate late-stage funding for commercialization of market-ready technologies. We're also an enabler where we play in the space of reducing barriers of access to high expensive, high-end skills and equipment for innovators by repositioning technology stations and platforms, which I will also touch into a little bit more in a bit. So where TIA is positioned, we are positioned in that valley. They call this, within this innovation chasm, where there is that blue or navy block, where we take applied research into commercialization. Maybe we move a little bit, maybe I'll move the block a little bit to the right, where we play more on the later stage of applied research and more on the commercialization a little bit. So maybe just to give you an example, under basic research, this is the space where another place, this is the place where higher education institutions and science councils play, where they do the basic research that I had indicated earlier. Once they've done the research, people sit and gather dust, but then TIA was set up to take the research to develop it further within the innovation value chain. So this area is very risky. It is regarded as high risk and uncertain returns. So we have instruments that seek to de-risk the opportunity and make it a little bit attractive for late stage funding, where your CFAs and your IDCs and your EDF might take an interest once it has been de-risked properly. And we have different instruments and programs that we have available that offer the support of de-risking those innovations. So in terms of the funding landscape, as you can see, there are different players in the system. So the technology, our space, we play as indicated around applied research and taking it all the way to commercialization and market entry. That is the space where TIA plays. And I hope it is clear that we do not play in the space where CIFA plays. We actually partner with CIFA later on once the project has been de-risked. So this is my main slide that I think you will find it very fruitful for us to spend quite a bit of time in the slide. As indicated, the TIA plays within the space of taking applied research all the way through to commercialization, and that would be TRN 3 all the way to TRN level 9. And we have different programs and instruments that we use as indicated. The first one that I would like to speak to is the yellow one, is the yellow blocks, which is the grassroots innovation. So the grassroots innovation plays in the space of TRN 3 all the way to 8, which is basically just meaning that we develop the project and we help validate the innovation, we help prove the innovation by validating it in relevant environments. We put support for prototype demonstration and in an operational environment, basically to prove that this innovation does work and it is ready to, it has been proven in a lab, tested in the market, and all the way to where probably developed something called a pilot system, where we say it is demonstrated to be operational in an environment. So in terms of the grassroots innovators, this innovation, this is where we support innovators that are outside of your formal research and innovation space. These are innovators from communities that have identified challenges within their communities, and they come up with innovative solutions targeted and addressing those challenges. So we find the ticket size for the grassroots innovation is about 260,000 rands, of which the 200 is a grant fund. The 200,000 assists with building prototypes, assists with business development, it assists with things such as assisting the innovators to better understand their market, landscape, and also navigate their space and understand them. The 60,000 rand can be used as a stipend, basically to provide support to cover costs associated with traveling to meetings, traveling to conferences, anything that aids the development of the technology. There's 60,000 rand that's allocated that you can use towards that. So the grassroots innovators, how this program works is they will open a window with most of our funding instruments, and the work on the basis of the window will be open to allow for applications. Once the window is closed, then they start the process of evaluating those applications. And then the next level of support that TIA provides is the pre-seed and seed fund. This one plays within the level TRL3 all the way to TRL7. Ticket size is a R1 million grant for pre-seed, and for seed it's 1.5 million conditional grant. So it targets innovators who are at a stage of proof of concept and require funding to develop prototypes, to do market assessments, to do market analysis, scan the IP landscape, engage IP attorneys, register their IP, attend to regulatory requirements for their innovation, and also for things such as certification. More on the seed fund. So the seed fund follows through from the pre-seed, which is a follow-on funding. So at this stage, TIA expects you, when you apply for this funding, to already have a working prototype, and basically you're looking to optimize it and attend to any regulatory requirements that are required. This fund is also used by universities. They use this fund to create spin-off companies and come up with strategies to assist with taking their research outputs to the market. So both the grassroots innovation and seed fund are instruments that help TIA to build its pipeline for other TIA funding instruments, but not only TIA funding instruments, also for the national system of innovation. The next level of support that TIA provides is the Technology Development Fund. So this fund funds, the ticket size is up to 30 million rands. It is essentially our main big fund. At this stage, TIA requires you to have a working prototype. TIA requires you to demonstrate that the prototype is working. There's a clear market, there's a clear IP strategy, and there's a clear business case. It is a conditional grant. TIA negotiates the payment after successful commercialization, and depending on the stage, it can also be a combination or a loan, depending at what stage the development is at. The next type of support that TIA provides is a commercialization support fund. This is for late-stage solutions that there must be a working tech product at this point. it must have received regulatory approval. It must address whatever follow-on funders are looking for or they require. When I talk about follow-on funders, I'm referring to the likes of IDC, NEF, CFA, venture capital, and angel investors as well, who may be looking for, who may say to you, we are interested in this product, but maybe there's something that we need you to attend to before we can come on board. So we use this fund to support you there. And at this point, TIA would want you to at least have letters of intent, proof of interest from follow-on funders. So there must be proof that CIFA says, yes, they're interested in funding this product or in this product, subject to you having attended to certain things, or maybe having tested the market. For example, then we would assist you using our commercial support fund. And then we have the technology development fund. This is the funding that sits between seed and commercialization support. It is designed to help innovators move a technology from a proven concept or prototype to a demonstrated solution that can operate in the real world. It covers TRLs 4 to 7. Basically, it is used to develop and define a prototype or demonstrate technologies in an environment, like I said earlier, and it also reduces the technical and commercial risk associated with early stage technologies. With this fund, we are assisting innovators to make the technology more attractive to investors, to industry partners, and to future funders. I think I've touched on the commercialization support fund. The next one would be the industry matching fund. So the industry matching fund, this is where TIA focuses, unlike seed. This fund is primarily used as a co-investment vehicle. So we partner with industry in developing a particular innovation. So TIA will fund a portion and industry will fund a portion. So we would tap into this fund when industry, when we prove that there is an industry, a company that is interested in my technology, but and then we provide that support, and then they are willing to support you maybe through their enterprise development programs of some sort, then we can co-fund with them to develop your innovation further. For this fund, the ticket size is up to 50 million rands, sorry. And then lastly, we have the technology acquisition and development fund that helps locally developed technologies gain their first customer, particularly in the public sector. So this would be an example that I can provide for this one is a lady that came up with a solution for addressing the issue of potholes. So they already had a municipality that was willing to procure the technology from them. So we assisted them to be able to be at a level that the municipality can actually procure the technology from them. The ticket size is about 1 million rand, and the technology was already being developed and ready for deployment to the market. And the funding is intended for things like market testing, demonstration, validation, and first user deployment. Applicants must have identified, you must have spoken to a municipality, to a government department, and they say, yes, we're willing to take, we're willing to give you innovation and opportunity, and then we will partner with you, we will support you in getting the technology through to them. Other funding instruments is I've touched on seed fund, the technology development fund, commercialization support fund, and the industry matching fund. So I won't repeat myself, and then in terms of the sectors we find we have these 8 sectors, but we are not sector agnostic. This is just how TIA is structured itself. There's an advanced manufacturing, unions, agriculture, energy, etc. But it does not say that if your project does not fall within these sectors, we wouldn't look at it. So long as it doesn't fall under the same industry, which is alcohol, drugs, and casinos, we are willing to have a look at your technology and support it accordingly. As indicated, we find universities, we find science councils, we find SMEs and industries, and also grassroots innovators. I think I've spent quite a bit explaining who our grassroots innovators are and the reference to the 260,000 rand grant that is available for innovators that are looking to solve challenges within their communities. In terms of the innovation support program, so previously I was speaking about the different funds that we have, but we also have innovation support programs. We have technology stations that are located in different universities around South Africa, and enable universities to provide technology development services to SMEs. We have technology platforms that are also located within universities throughout South Africa. They provide cutting-edge infrastructure, knowledge, and world-class expertise to the life sciences and the bioeconomy, including as a means of developing the South African bioeconomy. We also have the Innovation Skills Development Program, which enhances and advances entrepreneurial critical thinking skills of individuals who embark on entrepreneurial innovation journey. We have the Innovation for Inclusive Development, and the purpose of this program is to support simple innovation solutions, products and services developed by people in rural and township communities. So within the Innovation for Inclusive Development, we've got programs such as programs that are targeted at women in technology, youth in technology, and then we also have the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program that supports SMEs on entrepreneurship that addresses climate and environmental challenges such as clean tech and e-waste. We're in partnership with UNIDO on this particular program. And then we have technology innovation clusters. These clusters basically help with funding a particular cluster in terms of developing technologies around the cluster for products and services that they are looking to get to market. So we've got the animal and health cluster, which we put in up on 120 million over the past 5 years. As you can see, they are targeted at developing and improve new vaccines, pharmaceuticals, and diagnostics for the animal health. And then we've got the beef genomics cluster, and we invested about 30 billion for the past 3 years. We've got the dairy genomics cluster, the UNIDO mobility, located at the Nelson Mandela University, that seeks to drive development of e-mobility technologies, energy storage, data management, and creating an enabling environment. We also have the API cluster hosted at the Cape Town Pharma in partnership with Northwest University and industry. It focuses on tech development and commercialization of active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturing, and we've invested about 15 million. And then we've also got MEDIC that supports the development of local medical devices industry. That's hosted at the South African Medical Research Council, and we invested about 5 million rand in initial investment. And then lastly, we have a cluster called the Bioeconomy Innovation Cluster. We've invested 67 million in the past 6 years. And then recently, yes, early as last week, an agreement in Gabeka, where they are developing a fluorochemicals cluster, and TIA is investing about 5 million rands into the development of that cluster. Because we realized that South Africa has one of the largest reserves of fluorspar in the world, but we are not beneficiating. So they're going to be looking at different ways that we could exploit that mineral. We also have living labs, which are an instrument to complement the innovation for local economic development and serve as a mechanism to promote co-creation and innovative solutions in rural and peri-urban in collaboration with end users. So within our living labs, the type of services or the activities that they get involved in, there are things like ideathons, design thinking, coding, hackathons, and they run hackathon competition, they do prototype development, market testing, distribution, intellectual property advisory and registration, and they help with developing full pitch document development so that our innovators are investor ready, and the facilitation of market access and networking opportunities, as well as enterprise development and support. So we have 22 living labs that are located in 8 provinces around South Africa. And then in terms of technology stations that I indicated earlier, these are located within universities throughout South Africa. And they are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment and resources with highly competent individuals in specialized fields to develop new products and processes for industry and research and development-led entrepreneurs through serving as technology nurseries. So within the technology stations, they do testing and analytical services, they do consultation, technology audit feasibilities, research and development, technology demonstrations and training, rapid prototyping and manufacturing. They do things like process and product improvement. They also have applied development, engineering, and design. So maybe just to give you an example of what all of this entails. So let's say you are developing a product, you are developing a cream for the face, and you want to test maybe the shelf life. So those are the type of services that they can provide, where you are able to test the shelf life of your product. And if you say it removes marks, then they assist you with validating that, so that there's proof that your product, your face cream indeed does remove marks, etc. We've got technology platforms programs located within universities again. We've got the National Metabolics Platforms at Nelson, at Northwest University, sorry. We've got the Cape, the one that's focusing on cancer diagnosis and biomedical applications at UCT. We have another one focusing on cancer diagnosis and medical applications for food and agricultural products. And then we have a biosafety, I believe this one's located in Durban. And then we have a KZN research and innovation sequencing platform at UKZN. And then we've got a bioprocessing platform for biochemicals, diagnostics, and bioenergy. And as well as another one at University of Free State that does research, advancement of research around cancer diagnosis, biomedical applications, food and agricultural products. I think I've touched on what our technology platforms do. So these are just some of the success stories concerning what the support that we've provided within technology platforms program. I will just touch on the CRISP. CRISP is the one that is located at UKZN, Nelson Mandela Medical School. CRISP developed was very key in the development of sequencing of the SARS-CoV vaccine. I won't bore you with the technical details, but our funding towards CRISP assisted CRISP to be able to come up and contribute positively towards the development of the towards the sequencing of the COVID virus, of the COVID virus. I think I would like to end there for now and just check if there are any questions. So maybe before the questions can come, I think I did touch on the fact that TIA, we work a lot with funding partners for most of our programs. So, for example, with the C Fund, we have our funding partner in the Eastern Cape is Propeller. So, Propeller, we put money to Propeller or issue a call together with Propeller and then go through a window. So there will be, we make an announcement to say, we are accepting applications from a particular date and it closes at a particular date. And then we are involved in the assessment of those applications. But we just to make you understand that we work with partners, and in the Eastern Cape, particularly for the C Fund, we work with Propeller. There was a call that was issued early this year, I think it closed end of January, where we are seeking for more C Fund partners. And we have received interest from other interested parties from the Eastern Cape, and we're currently assessing those applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Zozo. We will take a few questions before a break, if there are any questions from online or the audience. No questions. Okay, I think your presentation, Mr. was very clear. It answered all the questions. Okay, there's a hand from Connector. You can unmute your mic and come through.
Hi, Mr. Gogo. You mentioned that you do find the prototype phase of a concept, software or apps and stuff like that. When it comes to ownership or rights of usage of the software, what are your concerns regarding that? So if someone has built a working prototype using Gemini or maybe some third party owned by Google, etc., what can you advise there?
Unfortunately, I don't have a response to that question, but I will share my email so that you get a proper response from our IT unit. So we have the IT commercialization unit. They can answer those technical questions for you. What I can do is to share my email address on the chat. I'm typing it as we speak. Please drop me a question and I'll get my colleagues from IT to respond directly to you. I don't want to give an incorrect answer. Yeah.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking is that I have a fleet of motorbikes that do last mile deliveries. So to manage these bikes as an owner, I hire them out to drivers who work for Checker 60 or Uber and whatever. So in order for me to track the money is coming in and out, some money is going to maintenance, right, of the bikes, and the money coming in is the rental from the driver. So I built a dashboard for my own sake because I was using spreadsheets for a long time. discovered like an innovative way to streamline my systems, but I built that with a third party, so I didn't build that from my original source code. So that is where the base of the question comes from. So it's an existing working platform that I built, but for internal use for now, until I expand it maybe to offer it to other people who are like me, who have a fleet, but would like to have a fleet management system. Yes.
Yeah, no, I think our IT guys will have a proper response for you. So please note the email address. Just drop your question and send it through, then I'll get them to respond.
Okay, Dr. Maya.
Thank you.
Thank you. One last question we'll give to Tobela. You can unmute your mic and come through.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, so on my side, I'm interested on the criteria that you use for the technology readiness levels. So how do you determine where technology is at so that you can apply for a proper funding?
Okay, so the technology readiness levels, I think they're clearly defined. Even if you can go to Google, we use the standard ones. TIA doesn't have its own definition of technology readiness levels. So you will see the TIA level 1 to 2, that's your basic research. And I indicated that that's where NRF plays a role in our science councils. And then at TIA level 3, that's where you are developing your prototype. So, and then at TIA level 4, you are validating the prototype, maybe at a lab setup. And then at TIA level 5, you are now validating at the relevant environment, moving out of the lab into the environment where you'll be using the technology. And then at TIA level 6, your prototype demonstrates that it actually works in the outside environment. And then at TIA level 7, you are piloting your system and you're demonstrating its ability to work in the external environment. And then they leading up to commercialization and where you take it to market. So as indicated, we use the standard ones. TIA does not have its own.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give her one final round of applause.
Thank you very much. All the best with the rest of your session.
Thank you. Now we will have a break. May I please have everyone back by 10 minutes past 12? Is that too short? We'll just have a few minutes break, then if we can be back by 10 past 12. Attendees online, you can have a leg stretch also. We will be back at 10 past 12. Thank you. No comment.
Lena. Manje angisho uba Mr. Mculu ufake apha le update. Mr. Mculu.
L word.
And then the two. Mara hiyo nathi. This is two. Yeah.
Non-banking.
So this is it. Below it will update at 11:47. Yeah. ECDC.
Like I would explain to
And then short
like
one.
now, said,
Sabi ko i-3.
and those guys will apply like
So deleting the one. So just take the, maybe you can update the program, like what version. So that, and then, as okay, sure.
Yeah, we are told.
So maybe just day one, just delete day one.
No, the way I thought
Or
about
take from day one.
Just delete the whole place.
once you've appointed them, then you
Khona le.
Okay.
So ufuna kubonakala the date. It's fine le.
No, the heading, just the heading, so that when you can just go from from date
Okay.
and regular heading. Yeah. So that people can see your day too, and then you can then update them what you have on the.
Why
Okay.
it goes project to project?
Yes,
But now it's not a grant, it's a loan.
Speech.
Even, we're gonna give them what vision. It's just normal.
Okay, SRT is no longer. Yes, okay.
So it's just fine.
Yeah,
Right now,
so only that SRT, you know, NEF is updating. So I only updated to Rural Development Agency. So we just do NEF, and then maybe we just do one page on that.
Okay. Yeah, the important thing is to also begin our services because sometimes once we know.
Just maybe, yeah, just do in just do that and that okay. So this, and then just do yeah, click it, and then do this one, and then line spacing. Yeah,
That's what
this one.
I always thought
Yeah.
because I wasn't.
So that, and then we will update with
To register as client, look for
NEF.
E2s,
So that at least Kalabuya, I think
but on the
Mr. must now give an overview so people are clear.
Yes, what shake here.
Okay, so this is on that.
Lots of cool.
Ngeke khona so simbona uba didn't come.
It was another shake that was good.
Save African maybe.
We save some. Just
Okay, yeah, this is a facilitator.
yeah, so if
What's that?
yeah, so that Chuba team do okay. So it's quite a fit as on get one page and do so to this page. So it's now all fit, and then if we add NEF
from there,
yeah, and then just so we just adjust it pressure because depending at what time is the
yeah, because it's about 10 past. We are yes to speak.
Yeah.
We should go behind them.
I don't know, this is on 12, 7 Newton. 12:10, maybe my city power line, 12:20. I need to promise over fast. So we might
But
do that.
based on this, I think we are still on time. Because I do the baby on 10 past 12.
Which I doubt that we will make because of economic line. Masithi singathi past.
bazofika bona, remember if it's 20 past bafika half past. Yeah.
So it's fine,
So I think to be safe, I think to be safe, let's allow people to come because I know that usually if you see mabafika up and quarter past kane, bazofika 20 past.
Okay.
Yeah, but so that 5 minutes I think is still fine. But it's fine if we
No. I
understand.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So at least that's
something to
Then the question of check the law. What bus I'm Cooper now?
Simfake ekugqibeleni, so that's fake
So is not here. Otherwise, yeah, masimkhuphe singabi singasokolisi singasokolisi.
Endaweni yakhe. Yeah. Let me allow you to take
And
this.
then you can just delete this row here.
That's
Abantu abangazanga, then we can just know to the stakeholder abantu didn't come so that we.
Okay.
Ngakhabela Lucas Swambo at least in a change.
I don't want the diabetic. Yeah, I want dizzy. I didn't take my pill.
Oh man.
It's just a recent diagnosis. It's on demand.
Now I could choose that when they electricity. I think that's the guy's drink.
Oh, please, if possible. Listen to me, no more walk.
How do I this one?
No, not at all. Yeah. Hey, got a nine. When 12, yet if now I'm prepared to come to training Monday. Who was complaining to me about that?
I said, you mean that?
No,
yes,
but complain about. And that's like that's what I was saying. We need to change our LinkedIn status. Until we work for IT. Because and kind of tired up. You get your phone in. Oh, Facebook, I'm saying says, yeah, I think they're planning, but maybe, but if this is sort of similar to internship program, we'll tell you around, so you can make it money.
Oh, you mean colors for late for Monday?
I was who says learning.
For preparations.
Yeah.
You know what also the problem is? When you request a poster, very bad delay.
That kind of prove a point. I will go
very
back
slow.
to dinner on listening.
Yeah, very, very slow. Yo, they are very slow. Poster.
Yeah.
It's not how we connect.
Hey, no, they are very slow because I don't understand that. Because this thing we requested them last month.
Last month?
Last month we made every May.
Can we do these things ourselves? Don't we have
The guys said design. I said to them that
why not?
The guys
You don't need that.
It's a matter of just changing the design, just changing the content, even that because the design is corner. It's a matter of just changing the date because of the design about you look and feel.
When we tell was it Chris? Who Chris not first Miss LMM present? He started Chris. I think nearly STP names of his light.
Hi, Jan. Above it all. They don't want it all. I don't understand because it's not like we're competing.
No, and there's like seriously nothing to that. There's no monetary value
at all.
There's nothing.
All.
You still don't. It's not like Lando it contact focus or
exactly.
To it's still contacting our people.
Exactly. And what you said was that even if the guys
decide,
and then they send to focus to review. They don't want even that.
Maybe we will balance there's also that. There's also that. But if in a complaint these are meetings just to it's lights. Why do I look like in the way?
So yeah, because ideally suppose for a week so that we inform about that you guys are selected. They have a week to prepare. Ideally,
yeah, understandable. It's for people within the BCM ne? But let's say ndiyayibona mhlawumbe ndisebhizana or mom
Exactly.
early for whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking I would love to attend this
Exactly.
sibling or an aunt or someone.
Let's see.
Yeah,
And in fact, with the questionnaires, before we do ask
Yeah,
to understand by accommodation and travel,
Asithabalisha
and
umuntu
who says yes, I can travel my own. So Munyansi.
umuntu athi no mana I have a relative ngahlala ngacela for just a week to attend this thing.
No, we normally call them immediately as well as also send the email address. I mean emails.
Just a confirmation.
There's selected and the rejected. So we normally do that same day classes tomorrow. Or like so we just look at task on that one.
I was feeling a system ingasebenzi yoba kwenziwe orders.
The system ingasebenzi. Let me check with the guys. I asked them to bring.
Oh, funeka sithi before and just to understand okanye ubhale pha.
Yeah, nansi apha.
I don't know why ngaphathanga specs. Okay. So
But I'll communicate no Vivian because ebethe available
ngeli NYDA ozongena and then
bengu-indalo inclusive online and then
ECDC. So kwafikile
ECDC ukhona.
Okay.
And then siye kwi-break. Andazi noba siye nakwi-break okanye kungene no-NAF and then
We will be manjonge ixesha. Let's just
bacelile uba at least
let's just look at the program. If we are khawuleziswe NYDA, akhawuleziswe indalo, then singamfaka omnye owesithathu. Then because apha according to ixesha nam ngexesha ndiyislothayo apha, it didn't seem too bad. Especially if ke ngoku nithi u-Alfred is absent without.
bebekhonfenile.
Bathi yintoni ingxaki Yo, so sithini are we even apologizing on their behalf?
Yeah, I need to apologize.
But what we do is
We can apologize at the end. We will closing. But if just 10 minutes, and I think people have exhausted their capacity with the questions, so it's gonna move a bit faster. Ambofumana nawe something ndidibana nokuthi imali yakho funeka ndikhuphe results. But I can just do it later. Hayi bendizothi enzathini no bendizothi xa uhambisa usisi ndicela umthengele nedrinki. Ndizajoma imali inganeno nayo uthi ndizomkhonvinsa athenge wine nayo. Hayi ndisakuxelelanga nami ndisadela ukukhonvinsa abantu uba mabaye kwi-taste yam. Jonga mthengele nedrinki ne. Bendisazuthi utheni ungaveli udrayive through. Utheni wathengile amazamane? Umthengele, okay, ngiqala napha esipaki umthengele ukuthi even if uzezowazi ziyi-two akodwa ungenayo enye ngoku umthengele umthengi. Ningadlula nithathe imali yalo niyombeka. Ndizogalela next week Monday. Anytime ngasani kamnandi for the beach. Let's get Sonny wet and warm Sonny. Says to go to the beach, the beach. What's next one? Okay. Yeah, once again. Can't why then now? Why aren't you doing that? Can't? Okay. 8 nganene class. But ungathi kaloku ufuna i-test drive since ebeyibuye beyilungisa. Okay, okay, no it. Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. No, science, I gave late. Bleeding the car usually refers to removing trapped air from the cooling system to prevent overheating or from the brakes to ensure stopping power. Have your assistant pump and brake pedal. Oh, why am I waiting? It doesn't seem that it seems like over 6 months more. No, then the day upon. Okay. Okay, sure. Bye-bye. Hey, gimana? Jangan kau kapit. Biasa. Ya. You didn't have any questions on that plan. I don't know. I feel like there's so much. So I felt like annoying and couldn't get besides that, the process, content technology between some of those findings and they are Baba Fanda. Then it can maybe change the mindset. Yeah. Why not start with something that you know, it's easily accessible banking and then build revenue and then to start the business on one another to have fun. Ikhona ngokulena athi uthi imbali for her, it's for women. They can get up with number minimum. And then there's a youth fund challenge. So instead of youth, let's put organize our funds. And I don't want you to say, you know, do that on paper. No, it's just not like that. On paper, you know. I think been sitting myself and am I in colors and exactly that what we are playing there? So. Why does it sound like you are running? Thank you.
That's why.
Oh yeah.
fake. Bakhona abantu who will actually fit it. So that's why you need to have programs that try and assist some of and address some of these challenges. So for today's purposes, I'll speak on 3 programs. That is the grant program, the Entrepreneurship Development Program or Business Management Training, and the Business Consultancy Services. The first one being the grant program. Basically, the grant program, this is the program whereby we assist young people that are in business or would like to go into business. We assist them with funding. Funding can be anything from 1,000 Rand up to 250,000. But what's important is that up to 250,000. What's important is that the business must be 100% youth owned. The young person must have the necessary skills to run the business. And the funding criteria is divided into 4 categories that I'll speak to. And what do we fund? We fund the purchase of movable and immovable assets. But I'll get into, I'll be a bit more specific. So if I may, in essence, as I said, we fund in 4 categories. The first one is 1,000 Rand up to 10,000 Rand. Here we're looking at a very informal business because we understand that young people are diverse. Not everyone might be in the technology space. Say, there's a young person, or to listen, if I had a machine, I'd be able to cut grass around my area, make an example. Or a young lady that says, if I had a sewing machine, I'd be able to start a business sewing and so forth. So with that category, we say, even if the business hasn't started, even if it hasn't been registered, you can apply for funding. So this will be more of your micro businesses or your survivalists, if you want to term it that way. And then the second category that we have would be above 10,000 Rand to 50,000. Here we say the business must be registered, it must have a business bank account, and also it does not need to have started. It could be a startup, because what we've noticed is that there's a category of young people that might have particular skills, but due to the nature of the business, there's certain things that act as a barrier of entry. I always make an oversimplified example of someone who does graphic designing. You might have gone to whatever college, you've got the skill, but you're actually using the tools of trade that you had at the particular institution. Now that you've got your qualification, if that computer was 30,000, it doesn't really help us if we say first start the business, then we'll assist you. Because the computer in itself that you're using at school acts as a barrier of entry and it's a tool of the trade. So that's why we say for the second category, for any funding above 10,000 Rand up to 50,000, as long as it's registered and it's got a business bank account, even if it has not started, so that we're able to deal with some of those barriers. Then the third category that we fund, it's above 50,000 up to 100,000. Here, the main thing is the business must be registered, have a business bank account, but most importantly, it must have been operational for at least a year. The thinking behind this, if you'd notice, as the amount of money increases, so are the requirements. Because if you look at it, at 100,000, you could have possibly funded 10 people at 10,000 or 2 people at 50. So that's why we'd want to be in a position where we can see, you know what, this is a viable business into which we could put funding. And then the last category, that's above 100,000 up to 250,000. The main thing would be the business, once again, registered, has got a business bank account, has got a business plan, but has been operational for at least 3 years. Once again, at 250,000, that's 25 young people, possibly at 10,000. That's about 5 people we could have funded at 50,000 or even 2 at 100,000. So that's why with the business that's been operating for at least 3 years, would then be able to go through your business bank statements and whatever financial records that you have, so that we're able to ascertain whether this is a business that's growing or are we just keeping you up instead of a business that has become obsolete. So those are the 3 criteria, those are the 3 categories of funding that we have. And then one of the questions that would be asked is, which businesses do you guys fund? And the short answer is to say we fund almost all businesses except for those that fall into your sin industries. Because part of our understanding is that young people are very diverse, or are very dynamic. I always make an example of, you find older people would say, no, mabuyo lena masimini maguli mnandi ngwase monti ngwase lokshini according to ansana masini. I'm making an example. So you'd find that another person on the other spectrum would be someone who's in the IT space and so forth. So what is important for us is that as long as you can show that this is a viable business, then we would then look at funding it. How do we fund? As I alluded to earlier on, it was about, we assist, we don't give the young person the physical cash, but we'd ask you to submit your quotes and then we'd pay directly to your suppliers. This assists us in two folds. One, by you submitting your quote, it allows the business advisor to go through the quote to get a better understanding of what is it that you need, what impact does it have on the business. And it also allows them to see this business of yours. For example, if you are someone that is in the, let's say, seamstress. Now, if you were to say, listen, I need funding to buy 3 machines, sewing machines, then as the business advisor goes through these quotes, they'll be able to ask, but why do you need 3 machines? Then a seamstress will be able to tell you, no, this one is able to sew this type of fabric, or the sewing machine that I have is domestic. Once I start using it for X number of garments, it starts eating up. So that's one of the reasons. It allows the business advisor to interrogate the things that you've claimed or that you think the business would need. And also the other reason why we actually ask for quotes is that we pay directly to the suppliers. It also helps in mitigating certain things, because you can imagine a young person gets 100,000 and it's on the 31st of December. Yeah. So you can imagine trying to recoup that money. Yeah. So we've learned from experience. And also when it comes to the actual utilization of the grants, what's important for us, you must be able to show that this is something that is core to the business. And understanding that we fund a wide variety of businesses, what is core to one business might not necessarily be essential to the next. For example, if you're a young person that's in the poultry space, you'd expect that they'd want funding to purchase things such as feed, medication, incubators, or even the actual chicks. But you would not expect someone to say, no, listen, I need an iPhone, even though I've got a poultry business, I want to be able to market my business. That's not the best way that you could use maybe 20 or 30,000 in that type of business. So that is how our funding works. It's in kind, and it must be something that is core to the business. And then that is our first program. Okay, and then the next one, I'm just struggling. Okay. And then the next program that we have, just a second. Okay. Then the next program that we have, it's a business management training. The business management training, it underpins our main program being the grant funding. Because the understanding, it arises from a question that says, but it doesn't really help for you guys to be giving young people money. But is there an understanding on how to run a business? Granted, there is no guarantee that all businesses will be successful, but at least to mitigate that, we've got a workshop that takes about 5 to 7 days, where we take a young person through some of the basics on how to run a business. Because you'll find as a young person, for example, they might make, say, 20,000 Rand a month, but here they are using 15,000 for personal use. So that might be something that maybe as an older person you understand that you don't do. But that's where we actually take them through the courses so that they understand there's a differentiation between Ayabulele as an individual and the business that belongs to Ayabulele. Same thing with the costing. Are you able to cost how much a unit of the product or that you actually created? How much does it cost? So that if someone were to say, listen, I want to buy X number of items from you, but at a reduced price, at what point are you able to say, listen, I can't, because I will not make money off such a transaction. So we've got this workshop whereby it's about, as I said, 5 to 7 days, where we'd have young people, and then we'd have one of our facilitators taking them through some of the basics on how to run a business. Then the next question would be, where are these classes, or when do they take place? Originally, what you'd find is we'd have these sessions at our offices. But what we've learned is that young people are not in East London and Oxford Street. If we're saying young people are unemployed, it defeats the whole purpose to have training in our offices. Because that would mean you expect someone maybe from King Williamstown to catch a taxi to town for a week. This is the very same person you've just said is unemployed, is struggling. So what we do, whenever there's at least 25 to 35 young people, it is on us that the trainer would then go to the venue and conduct the training and also assist with things such as lunch. So wherever there's the young people that are organized, 25 to 35, that's the number, then we are the ones that will then get a trainer to conduct the training. It covers whether you're in Simo, wherever there are young people then it's on us, because that's the whole idea. But government resources should be able to get to where young people are. So we do conduct this training, as I said. Where do we conduct it? At our offices, but we also conduct it wherever the young people that are organized. And then what we also do with the business management training, it's a prerequisite, because before we can fund you, must at least do this training. Unless you're able to show, listen, I've done something similar, whether it was through CFA, whether it was maybe a first year module that I did. But the idea behind it is that it does not help to just give young people money, not more, but at least you should at least make sure that there is a basic understanding on how to run a business. Where there isn't, we do offer this training. Where you're able to show, I've done something similar, we can exempt you from the training, and then you can just apply for funding. Okay, and then I will go shoot to the third program that we offer, which is which is the business consultancy services, or what we would term the voucher program. Basically, through the voucher program, this is non-financial support. We are looking at some of the things that, I'll make an example with the most typical voucher that you offer would be a business plan. You'll have a young person that is running their business. They do have an understanding on how to run their business, but now maybe they are looking for funding externally, and they've been asked to produce a comprehensive business plan. It's not that they don't understand their business, but there may be certain aspects of the business plan that they might not be able to actually prepare themselves. So what we have, we've got service providers on our books over a 3-year period, where they're able to assist young people with some of these non-financial support. So what happens is the young person, we get them in contact with the service provider. They assist them maybe with the construction of a business plan or any of these services. Once you are satisfied by, you know what, no, it meets the requirements, I'm satisfied with the end product, we then pay on behalf of the young person. Because what we've also noticed or understand is that there are certain things that you'd like as a young person that's got a business, but the priorities. I always say, imagine if you're a young person, you need a business plan to apply for funding, and it's going to cost you 10,000 Rand. Versus using that 10,000 Rand maybe to buy stock. Chances are the young person would opt for the stock because that is more immediate. You see, Same thing applies. You would like to have a website so that, let's say, maybe you're a seamstress. It's not always possible to show people the type of work that you do. But if you've got a website, you're able to direct them to that website. They're able to see some of that work that you've got. So I think that is the understanding behind the voucher program. It's for non-financial support that are needed by small enterprises, but they might not necessarily have the expertise, or they might not necessarily be in a point to be able to pay for such services. So those are the 3 programs I thought I would be brief and speak on. That is the grant program, that is for funding. We've got the business management training, that is to actually capacitate the entrepreneur. And then we've got the voucher program, which is non-financial support to assist them with other services that help to enhance the business. So how do you get hold of us? Basically, our online link or platform is erp.nyda.gov.za. That is where you are able to apply for all services offered by the National Youth Development Agency. And if you are on this side of the world, that is in Buffalo City or the Greater Amatoli District Municipality, those are some of the colleagues you'd be able to contact. Usandi Swamakolo if it's grant queries, Babala if it's for training, if it's for voucher queries, you can also contact Lusanda and Swahili. Yeah. So in the event you are not successful with any of them, you can also send me an email. It's ayabulela.mahlati@nyda.gov.za. But I'll also just type it in upper chat. So with that being said, thank you once again for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can take questions if there are any questions from the audience. Oh, let's just move.
Regarding with the business management name, nini aba responsible for okanye ifune sizenza njani as a youth umhlawumbi yalapha esanani ukuze sikwazi usishayina. Funeke size kuni as a youth, kuba no responsible for ukuqokelela i-youth efuna utrayina ngini okanye sithi thina youth ngokwazana kwethu ukuze size kune-office exhibition.
Okay, let's do.
Think what 2014 times obviously this is something. And then this is where then at the end is so as the first section and then plan the sample training. 8 years later, kind of but for me now, you see, system so Jens wine,
because ndala ke mna ngemva emayithi asizuzela chef, qualified chef. I shared this with her yesterday. I came to South Africa, but she's coming back because it's going to now we are please ask for what MITA do they assist now the registration of the company? Do they naturally have for the information?
Thank you.
Thank you guys for the questions. I think it's mainly 3 questions. I think, Sisi, your question is to ask about, do we mobilize this group of young people, or must it be you as a young person? So basically, when you want to apply for a training, it's in one of 2 folds. As I said, we've got ERP, you're able to go to the system and then apply, but I'd like training. So as we have training week in, week out, our trainings take from the database. So if you're number 1, if you're number 11, if the last training stopped on number 10, then you'd be in the next training. But what we also do is that if there's a stakeholder that says, listen guys, I've got this group of young people at this particular place. Here's a list of one. Can you guys do training? We also do that. Because so what you find with young people is that they try to balance maybe. Will be on the database, but also on this side, if you're up on from, let's say my ward councillor invites you in my D, then so the main thing for us is for the training to take place. As an individual, you can register. If there's a collective of Nina, whether it's you or whether it's another stakeholder, you're able to invite us. This is once a training. And then the second question about in 2014, then a site visit was done, and then 8 years later you were told. I think let's look at it, ma'am, because the first thing for now would be there's a very little chance that a site visit would have been done in 2014, and then only 8 years later, then there's a follow-up. I'm not too sure about the details, but then there's a question that would also ask for me would be to say, between the site visit and the 8 years later, what transpired? You see, I think that what would be of interest to me was the follow-up, were the emails that say the application has been declined, was there, so those, I think, maybe we can have this conversation, but now where I'm uneasy, it's the idea of 2014, then quiet for 8 years, then it declined. I think let's have that conversation, we can follow up on your. But yeah, it seldomly happens because as we speak, for example, I can even tell you the applications as COIL, because one of the beautiful things is that we've moved to ERP, you see, now that we've gone online, is that even when the application is made, you've got the exact date, the exact time. You are able to even track it back. Why has it been with us for this long? You see, so I think as a technology has allowed us to do such things so that we're able to see where the bottlenecks are. But as I said, I would like more specifics up so that we can see what happened. But now, but I think okay. And then the last question was, do we assist with the registration? The short answer would be yes. I was looking at a colleague of mine from SEDFA where we had a similar exercise in Ngecha with helping young people with registering for registering their companies. But I think the key thing for Mna, just to move even a step further, it's not just about registering the company. Because what you'd find at times, you've got a young person that's got the skill set, I'm a chef. So what you might be looking at is to say, okay, how do we build the business acumen? Because I think the first thing that came to me and I'm said, okay, if it's a business, let me register. But maybe we need to capacitate the young person to understand what it entails being in a business and so forth. So yes, we do capacitate, but I would recommend a business management training so that she's able to understand what it feels like when one has got a business. Thank you.
Oh, okay, we have a question online, but let me please take the lady here first, then we'll.
I don't know if you have any trainings for youth. Do you monitor facilitators? Facilitator was in manuals, and then it was 2 days. For the test. And like ndandiyithanda i-training inyazika yayo content yayo. So mhlawumbe okhona abantu nginokwazi mhlawumbe ukuthi ba-understande like xa umuntu ephambi kwakho it's not like isiyahlukile nje imanyuwani. So umbuzo ukuba niyaba-followisha la i-Nancy facilitator so that nibone ukuthi le training iphela isenzeke right na.
Hello. Just a question for the voucher process, because you say there's you've got your vouchers. The first one is informal. So what are the time frames, for instance, qualifying this one for the 10 up to 10 grand voucher? How long does one need to wait to access the second one? Because now you've maybe registered and you've got all the other requirements to apply for the second round that's up to 50K.
Can you please take the ones online and you can respond? Okay, may I request that Mr. Olisinyongo, you can unmute your mic and ask your questions. Please unmute your mic and you can ask your question. Olisi. Or you can type in the chat if you're having a problem with your mic. Can we move to Mr. Azola?
Thanks very much, Mr. Masati. Thanks for the presentation. I welcome your presentation, and fortunately, some of us are familiar with your services. I just want to check, man, when it comes to e-training, and please assist. I understand that you are a development agency that is providing training. There is a new business concept in rural areas in the form of farming and crop production in agriculture. I want to check if facilitators there, how do they deal with the issue of clients who are challenged in terms of literacy, in terms of those training, and are those training assessment based, because you do have clients with so much potential, but unfortunately, because of their level of education, are unable to consume and have an understanding in terms of training. Also, or rather lastly, in terms of co-ops, do you allow representatives of co-ops? For example, there's a group of 5 people, and there's only perhaps one of them who is equipped and who will understand in terms of illiteracy, training here, and to do the assessment. Can there be only one person attending training, then others will be represented by that person? I'm asking this specifically on the issue of literacy. We've got a young person who is very much creative and interested in starting business, but unfortunately, he or she is not literate good in terms of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the questions. I think let me start with I think they're mainly focused on training. The trainers that we have, those are in-house trainers. The reason why I'm highlighting that is that once you get employed as a trainer, there's a process that you follow for you to be accredited to actually conduct this business management training. So it's a rigorous process which they go to. And also a policy says for me as the manager, part of my job is that 25%, I have to sample 25% of all trainings that have been done. So you'll find these are some of the, I'd say these are maybe some of the balancing measures that we've got. But I think what's more important for me is that I think Azol has also spoken on that too. When we are going to have a class, what we try to do is to try and get people that are for similar mandatory background, for lack of a better word, so that even the facilitator knows at what pitch should I actually deliver this training. Because as you're saying, you've got young people that have got different levels of education. You've got young people that have got certain disabilities, for example, that might actually have to do with the training somewhere. That might actually have to do with like slower learners and so forth. So as you apply, would look at the level of education in the army. Is there anything that you've disclosed, for example, but maybe I'm not quite good at A, B, C, and D. So without mumbling Kakulu, what we try and do is we try and pitch similar, we try and group similar learners who've got a similar type of background, who've got a similar level of education, or even a similar state or level at which the business is operating. If you startups, a class A1. If you can see, okay, some of these have got some bit of experience, you put them in a different class. So we try to group them all together. With similar young people. But it is a challenge. We can't run away from it. But I think with experience and over time, we do appreciate and understand that at times not everyone is going to be articulate. You see. Because you'll find there's a young person who might not be able to articulate a business, but when you apply, when you go to a site visit, you see the site inspection, but this person lives this. So I think it trains it over time. You understand the type of, because in this ecosystem, we know the type of young people that we deal with. For example, you'll ask yourself, why would a person drop out on day 3? You see, so over time, you know what? Hey, I might be losing them on that side. This is how I bring them in. So what's important for us is that our trainers have been trained enough to be able to spot these things, because we deal with a wide variety of young people. In rural areas, they don't want to answer back. You ask a question, everyone is shy. So that means that the trainer must pitch themselves in a particular way. On the other side, you've got someone who's an extrovert that wants to answer every question, has got a comment. So I think, let's be safe to say, our trainers know how to deal with this. Because, and also part from my side, I have to sample at least 25% of all of these trainings to be able to see, well, why is your dropout rate so high for them? Initially, you had 35 people. By the end of you only had 15. What's the trend? So there are these things that we look at. And then also a repeat grant. So what happens is that, I'll use the example that you made. A young person may come in for funding and request funding for 10,000 Rand. Policy says that a person can apply for a repeat grant after 12 months, and they must be able to show that the business has grown. The thinking behind it is that here's a young person who wants two machines. Now, after a year, they've grown and said, listen, if I had A, B, C, and D, I'd be able to get different contracts with different places. So after a year, what we want to be able to see is that has the business grown from when we funded it initially? So would it necessitate that we fund the business again? Because also what you don't want to do, you don't want to prop up a business that's already failing. Because you don't want a situation where every year here comes a young person, whereas the business should have gone under maybe 2 years ago. So when you come back for the repeat grant, you must be able to show that the business has grown from where we initially invested in it. I think I've touched on literacy. I think I've touched on, and then on cooperative governance. The idea is that all of those people that own the co-op must attend the training. Because as much as Azola, you might be saying, but let's let one come on behalf of the enterprise, the idea would be, no, because we've got a professional that knows how to deal with this. So they'd be better placed in hearing it first and from the facilitator. Because now you're also creating a certain power dynamic out. You see, so you also don't want to create those dynamics. So they can all come, we'll pitch it at a pace that is appropriate for all. I thank you.
There's another question. My question is, do you take any quotations or do you need quotation from CSD registered companies?
Okay. Okay, let me answer this. There's a reason why I'm laughing. Okay, so basically, as how our policy is structured is that the young person submits support. There's nothing that compels us why it must be in CST. But now part of the problem, because there's a counter argument that says maybe we should have a pool of service providers that we use, but the answer says no, you are better placed. Ours is to assist your business. You are better placed to pick your supplier. Because you can imagine if we were to say, no, you can only use A, B, C, and D, and something doesn't happen or things go left, then you'll be saying, but no, that is Ayabulela's supply. So at the end of the day, young people must be responsible. It's your business. Those are your suppliers. Now, what's unfortunate at times, it does happen that a young person picks a business that is not reputable, if I could put it that way. Now the person disappears, now we have to follow the legal route, legal threatening and so forth. But I think the short answer is that you come up with the suppliers. But what's important is make sure you've got a reputable supplier. Because if that person disappears, it's on you. Oh no, it's one.
Thank you so much. I think that's it. Thank you so much, sir. Can you please give me Okay, without wasting our precious time, we will move to Indalo Inclusive, Miss Vivian Petra. She will be presenting online. She's already joined us. Let's welcome her. Over to you, Miss Vivian.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I couldn't join in person, but I think online will do. So good afternoon to everyone in the room and those here online. As they've already introduced myself, my name is Vivian Petra, and I'm head of programs at Indalo Inclusive South Africa. So I will be presenting on just the work that we do, and yeah, we can take questions afterwards. But thank you so much for the invitation. I just want to check if I can share my screen. I can still see the NYDA screen on my side. Right. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, it's visible.
Okay, sure. I'm going to go straight into it. So We are a not-for-profit company. We are essentially an incubation based here in Pretoria as our main office, but we have footprint across the country. So we do the work around South Africa. We also have offices in 2 provinces, one in Limpopo, in Hoedspruit, that caters for the work that we're doing in Mpumalanga as well as Limpopo. Then we do have an office in the Eastern Cape in Matatiele, and that caters for the Eastern Cape landscape as well as KZN region. So who are we and what we do? So as I explained already, that Inclusive is a non-for-profit company that supports and promotes what we call eco-inclusive entrepreneurship. So by that I mean that our focus is mainly in the green economy. So we support enterprises with solutions and innovations that speaks to climate change. How do we respond to it? What kind of solutions do we need to combat that across our country? As you know, most of us already can see the effects of climate change. So the enterprises that we support basically come up with those innovations or solutions. And our work revolves around the diagram that you see here on my screen. We focus on the triple bottom line. So as much as we care about the environment, which is great, but we also care about the people in the environment, and we care that, you know, entrepreneurship is about making money at the end of the day, or being able to generate revenue so that you can have profits and be able to employ people and pay people. So that's why we have the inclusive entrepreneurship diagram. They explain the 3 areas that we focus on in the work that we are doing. I've already mentioned that, you know, the landscape areas that we focus in. Here in Pretoria, we've got most of the team based here, but in the Kruger landscape, we have about 3 team members based there, and in the Eastern Cape, we also have about 2 members based there. So in terms of, you know, our offering or services, I'm going to stay a little bit on this slide. We do work on 2 pillars as in that Inclusive South Africa. One is ecosystem building, and the other one is enterprise support development. I understand in the room they are entrepreneurs, so the enterprise support development would be of interest to those who are joining as entrepreneurs, and maybe to those who are joining as organizations, whether government or parastatal or private. The ecosystem building element would be of interest for you. So because we work mainly in township areas and rural areas with the work that we're doing, you know, we saw that it's very important that we focus our work not only on supporting enterprises, but also working with communities. And that's where our ecosystem building focuses on. We look at partner development. So our work focuses a lot on collaborations, even with the funders and partners that we work with. Most of the programs we co-create together with the partners, and that's where the partnership development and collaboration approach comes in. Then our other work focuses on contribution towards policy and dialogue in South Africa. At the moment, you know, we are a country, and you know, the whole world, we're talking about transitioning into the green economy. There's a lot of focus on just transition or also just energy transition. So we do a lot of work around stakeholder engagement, community engagement, just to understand what does this transition mean? What is the green economy? How is it affecting communities on the ground? You know, in Mpumalanga, there's a lot of mines that are closing, or power stations. What does that mean for livelihoods or employment of people? So there's a lot of work that has to be done from the ground up instead of, you know, coming from the top to the bottom. So we engage communities. We have those conversations. We do a lot of awareness programs on climate change. We facilitate the dialogue and make sure that different stakeholders come together in the room so that we can agree on what we mean by leaving no one behind as we transition. Then the other part of our work on ecosystem building is on research. So there's a lot to the green economy landscape or ecosystem that is based on research. We just recently concluded research on women entrepreneurs in the solar energy or green economy broadly. What do women need in the space? What kind of support should we look out for? Is there enterprise support program and the same as the general support that we give on our incubation? So the ecosystem building is one part or one pillar of the work that we do. Then the second one is enterprise support. As I indicated earlier, that we are essentially an incubation in the green economy. So what we do is we provide technical support. Technical support is business development support in the form of training workshops and mentorship. And our incubation runs between 6 months and 18 months. So when I talk about the incubation model, I will explain why the difference in the months, right? We focus on climate change and ESG training, also as part of the technical support. And what we noticed earlier on in the work that we do, that it is essential that we pair the technical support with financial support, right? The colleague from NYTA did also allude to the point earlier on that there must be some business skills training that one must have in order to receive the funding as well. So you actually know what you're going to do with the money. So our incubation model is structured in that way, that for every program that we run, there is the technical support, business development support, but there's also a grant funding that goes with it. And the minimum grant that we normally give out is around 50,000, but that depends on the donor or the funder of that program. As I said, we always co-create the program, so it depends on who is funding that specific program. And the maximum that we normally support is around 250,000 in grant funding. Then we also have another part of the financial support and the technical support that is around recoverable grants. And I'll speak to this when I speak to the program that we have on the funding. And that is between 250,000 to 500,000. So recoverable grant is a interest-free loan, if we can use that word. So you do get the grant, but then you do pay it back without an interest compared to the grant. The pure grants, you don't have to pay it back. It goes with the support that you're receiving through the incubation. Then obviously, as part of our support on the enterprise development, we do also support enterprises in terms of market access and facilitating that process, making sure that there are partnerships and investment linkages that happens during the time that an entrepreneur is part of the program. We also believe a lot in communications and visibility and showcasing entrepreneurs and the kind of product or services that are offered. So we normally do visuals like impact videos. We also on an annual basis host the Indalo Symposium, that is a platform for entrepreneurs to really showcase and profile the work that they've been doing and their products. But it also brings different stakeholders like, communities, government, private sector, and we really engage on what are some of the challenges that are faced by entrepreneurs in the green economy, what are the solutions that we can come up with together. And, it's a good platform to really network and engage for potential funding as well as partnerships. Then the last one is just around marketing material that we also develop and provide as part of the offering on the incubation. So I'm going to move swiftly to the incubation model. If you see on the right, we support entrepreneurs from ideation to accelerator. So that means entrepreneurs who've got an idea, they want to start a business, or they've already thought about what they want to do. We've got programs like that where you can apply and be supported through the technical support. Then each of them you could apply for the Indalo Beta program, excuse the Indalo-rized words, but this just means a startup phase where you now have a business model and you've already thought about what you want to do. Then we are there to help you basically develop the business model. Then onto a growth phase where you're now operating, you're beginning to generate income, then we're able to help you to get to an investment readiness phase, which is our last phase of the incubation, that is in that accelerator. So that's how our incubation model works. Those are just examples of sectors that we support: sustainable agriculture, waste management and recycling, clean energy, water conservation. But this is just a few that we mentioned here: biodiversity, sustainable tourism. So you can just look at the green economy in broad, like what are some of those sectors that we support in that space. So this is basically summarizes the work that we do. If I can also just touch on the fact that we always have open call for applications, and at the end of my slide, I will share the call that is currently open. So we don't support individuals, like as an entrepreneur, you come and say, I have a farm in Aidudwa and I need support with buying materials, seeds, equipment, etc. But we always do a call for application and we support cohorts. So you have to apply, then we do the selection, we do due diligence, then we finalize the application process. Then you become part of a cohort. This also just helps entrepreneurs to belong to a community. We've seen cohorts working very well when people build relationships, networks broaden because they are part of a cohort and they've got a community to lean into. We know entrepreneurship is lonely, it's a hard journey, so that community is also there to support. I mean, they WhatsApp groups that are established from there, and we continue to check in to see how people are doing over time. So I'm going to move. These are just examples of programs that we have. So on our green entrepreneurship finance programs, we do have the Nedbank Indalo Fund, as well as the Nedbank Indalo Energy Resilience Fund. So these are the two funds that I was referring to by recoverable grants. So on this fund, we support enterprises. First of all, on the Nedbank Indalo Fund, we support enterprises that are at an investment ready level, but they don't qualify for commercial funding or a loan with a traditional bank. So this fund is there to bridge that gap, to say you've been part of incubations, you've received grants over time, but at the same time, you are at that point where you also don't qualify for commercial funding, but maybe you need 350,000 or 400,000 to purchase a bike, as an example. So the fund is really there to close that gap and just make sure that entrepreneurs get support through this mechanism. Then the Nedbank Energy Resilience Fund is specifically just for energy. We support enterprises across the different phases. Could be a growth level or accelerator level, as long as it's an enterprise that is generating income and they've got healthy financials, that when we assess, they're able to pay back, the money through the grant. But it's mainly for like solar energy, backup energy, and you get 250,000 in funding. You don't get the cash. You actually get, we work with a service provider that comes on site, assess your site, and then they recommend what kind of clean energy can you get for your enterprise on site. Then you can just repay back the money, over time. Compared to the Nedbank Indalo Fund, in Nedbank Indalo Fund, you do actually get the financial support in the form of money into your account, but we work with you to see what are your needs at that time and what can you use the money for. And we do have business development service providers or mentors that are available during that time to actually give you support through the journey. So the other two programs there are just our normal incubation programs that we also partnered with Nedbank on. The South African Green and Inclusive Awards program is an incubation program that mainly covers the phases that I've mentioned, the ideation all the way to accelerator. It runs for 3 years. We are actually in the first year of implementation currently, and calls will continue to open as we implement the program. The last one is a South African Women Entrepreneurs in Climate Change, which focuses on supporting women with innovative solutions in the green economy, and that's the one that I will speak to the corporate applications at the end. The other slides are just examples of other portfolios. So we have clean tech projects. We partner with the Climate Kick to run Climate Launchpad. This one is a competition that we run throughout the year, and it's an international program in South Africa. We host it together with Behold and Water Financial, and we do have a call open. It was open earlier this year, it's closed now, where people with innovative solutions for climate change can apply, and we assess them, and then those that are selected, they compete nationally first, then they compete regionally, then if they win, the regional competition, they get to compete internationally as well. Once you win the international competition, there's also some funding that comes with it. The next one is the Party Funder program. This is our, tech-based program that we run with MTN in South Africa. Network also funds the incubation element of it in the agriculture, waste and recycling, water and energy sectors. So it's mainly for youth. The Party Funder program is for youth, if I can mention that. So at the moment, we don't have a call out, but hopefully we will have a call out before the end of the year on the challenge, and then we'll proceed to the incubation. The last two, I'm going to run through them quickly. Climate Smart Clean Tech is also a clean tech program that we run together with the Irish Embassy. It's supported by the Irish Embassy, where we also run a nationwide call to support enterprises in the clean tech economy. Then I'm going to move to the next ones in the interest of time. This is our Just Transition project portfolio. As I indicated earlier on, that we do a lot of community-based work. And with the Just Transition portfolio, we've been focusing a lot of the work in Mpumalanga. As you know, lots of mines, majority of our coal is produced from Mpumalanga, and there's been a power station in Komati that got closed a few years ago, and we work with the communities on the ground with the support of funders to make sure that as people have lost livelihoods, how do we transition together and support them? But we use entrepreneurship as a tool. We now have about 4 community-based enterprises that we started from scratch with the Komati community through the dialogue phase, the awareness phase. Then we moved on to the enterprise development phase with those community enterprises, and we did governance work with them, and they are now operational as community-based enterprises. But they're registered differently. Some are PTY, some are NPO, so it just depends on the structure and the agreement of community members that form part of that business. So that's the portfolio that we currently have on Just Transition. And this is my last slide. We do a lot of global work, policy engagement. As in that we are an observer, we have an observer status with the UNFCCC that hosts the COP conference of parties on climate change that happens every year, and we have been participating since 2022. We continue to just take, what we find on the ground to be showcased on global stage. So a lot of the projects that we're doing on the ground, it gets to be showcased on a global stage through the COP. And I've already spoken about our Indalo Symposium, so I won't dwell on it. It's a flagship event that we have every year, where we really partner, bring on board entrepreneurs to showcase their work, private sector as well as government to participate. You can see the past partners that we've had in the previous year on the symposium. And these are just the partners that we work with across the board. And in the Eastern Cape, we very much work with the ECDC. It's been a long-standing partner of ours for the past probably 6 years. We've run programs on the ground in the Eastern Cape with ECDC, from PE to East London to due to Matatia, as I've mentioned, to Manfred. So we very much have presence in the Eastern Cape because we also have our office there at Matatia. And yeah, my last slide is that currently we do have a call open for the South African women entrepreneurs on climate change. It's all of our social media platforms, and there's also a link there to apply with every call. So this is how our call for applications normally look. It will have the name of the program, it will have the sectors that we are looking to support, and then it will have like the number of people we'll be supporting there, as well as what you would receive on the program. Then the criteria will also be on the call as well as the call, the link to apply. And this call is closing on the 5th of July. So if you do go on our LinkedIn page, on Facebook, on Instagram, you will be able to find the call that is currently open. Like I said, we always work with call for applications, so we don't support individual entrepreneurs. And that is the end of my presentation. You can connect with us through this QR code just to find information about the work that we do, and also you can reach us. Our details will be on the QR code. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take a lot of time.
Thank you so much. We will be taking questions. Should there be any questions?
Sure.
Okay. We'll take one online. Azola, you can unmute your mic and come through.
Thanks very much, Chair. Cecilia, what a great presentation. I'm inspired. My name is Azola Mkuba. I'm from Lab 18 College, Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. You have spoken so much. I'm very inspired. I also wish I was able to take one or two of my incubators to this particular presentation, and I'm hopefully to engage you outside of this particular platform. Now, let's go to the questions. The first one, I'll try to be as quick as possible. I think I've got two questions and one comment. The first question is on your service overview. What is your incubation process or period, and how do you keep the incubatees that are on your program? Do you sign contracts with them? How do you make sure that they get to participate for the duration of the period as the sales overview or your sales plan? What in our incubation center we will refer it as a sales plan model. How do you make sure that they are fully participant and they graduate on the program? And do you have the ones that along the lines, as it normally happens, number of programs that will come out, and how do you handle such? Two, I think that the second one also forms part of that question. How do you sustain them? What are the measures that you put in place that to make sure that they fully participate in your program? Lastly, on your entrepreneurship finance, your green entrepreneurship finance, I'm interested there, and I think we can learn one thing or two. But I wanted to check, in terms of the application, you find incubatees here and there struggling because of different backgrounds that they are coming from. How do you make sure that the fund is structured to a point that it benefits them, different from the colleagues that presented before you? They have their own funding models, their funding tools, and their funding requirements in terms of qualifying for that particular funding. So your entrepreneurship green fund or your green entrepreneurship finance, how is it structured for your incubators? Lastly, in our incubation, because it's based at institutional environments such as Tibet College, and some of our incubators are from the University of Portland, how do you, at times, we get to lose them because they come to these institutions strictly to study, and they happen to find us offering such programs as incubation. But some of them, when they are finishing their studies, they have to go back home. Some of them are coming from Umtata, Matadela in this particular case. Now the question there, I know it's not possible, but I just want to check. Are you able to take people who are coming from other incubation programs? I wouldn't say it's either it's transfer or it's referral, or do they start from scratch through call for application in terms of participating in particular programs in incubation? So that is the last question at the end. I hope you have noted that because our
Yeah, I did. I don't know if you want to take other questions, share, or if I should go to this first one.
No, you can just go, Ms. Vivian, to answer the questions.
Right, thank you, Azula. And yeah, I mean, we're always excited to communicate or meet or engage with Tibet colleges as well as universities, because what we've realized over the years is most of our target, our target audience are actually in universities and Tibet colleges. So yeah, definitely we can engage outside of this meeting. Just go to your first question, how do we, keep our enterprises on the program, right, to make sure that they graduate. So our process is that you apply first of all, because we have the national call like the one I shared on COECA, you apply, we do desktop assessment, then we do a thorough due diligence in terms of going to on-site for those ones that are shortlisted. So we'll shortlist those who meet the criteria, those are potential, they have questions. We go on-site and do a thorough due diligence, to make sure that enterprises actually participate. And whoever we're going to select, we have seen on the ground what they do. So our due diligence process is very thorough. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is that once you've been selected, right, we do have an agreement. I don't want to call it a contract per se. We do have an agreement that is for the terms and conditions of participating in the program. And some of the information we already get from the application form itself, because we have specific questions. So we'll already have initial information of who you are, what you do, if you've been part of other incubation programs. So we share the program, the contract or the agreement with those who are selected. We go through the terms and conditions with them, and then they sign and commit. Really, you can't keep someone in the program if they are not committed. I think over the years, what we've learned is that the questions that we ask on the application form are key to the kind of people that we'll have on the program. Because if someone is on 3 incubation programs at the same time, chances are they will not commit to all 3 of those programs, and you won't be able to reach them. So we ask questions like that. If you've been in an incubation program, if you're currently part of an incubation program, and that aligns with our criteria, and then we make sure that whoever is part of the program they're suitable for that program, if I can put it in that way. Then to sustain them, I think maybe within our approach of the incubation, like the technical, the technical support that we give, as well as the grants that we pay. Like I said, every incubation has technical support and the grants, and there's a way that we manage those. So you don't be part of the program today, then we discuss the grant. No, you have to commit in the form of participating in the program. Then we assess your commitment, we release the grants in tranches. I think that helps to make sure that people stay on the program and we sustain them. I hope that answers the first question. Then in terms of application process, funding models, our programs are different. So the startup program is different from the accelerator program, right? So we don't want a mismatch. When we have a startup program, we make sure that the criteria is suitable for those people who are just starting their businesses. And when we select for them. We try by all means to support the process. We do briefing sessions, and we also work with partners on the ground, that we have. So we normally share the proper applications. Sometimes we would even have sites in a specific province where they would actually go on site and ask information about the program with our local partner in that area. So that helps to make the application process smooth. That's the response I got there. And then the last one, take people from incubation or transfer. Unfortunately, we can't just take them because we have our own processes in terms of the due diligence. But we always share information of our programs with the University of South Africa. So that's why we're open to also partner with TVET colleges and universities directly, so that when we have an opportunity, we can share it, and those entrepreneurs who will be part of your incubation program can apply. Unfortunately, we have to do the application process from scratch and assess them and make sure that they meet the criteria. So the transfer is not possible, but definitely we can consider it through the application process. Yeah.
A follow-up, Chair?
Okay, yes, you may go ahead.
Okay, thanks for giving me that opportunity. Cecilia, the last one is strictly is a very straightforward one. And nowadays, things have changed post-COVID-19. Do you have an option of an online incubation program, or strictly you have to be physically in one of your centers?
Yeah, so at the moment, our programs are hybrid, so we like to meet people in person at least. So you find that on the workshop part of it, we do have workshops that are in person and workshops that are online. We are working on our e-learning facility to move into that space. So at the moment, we are not fully online, but we do in-person workshops as well as online. The mentorship, most of the mentorship is purely online, but we're getting into that space where we would have an e-learning platform to just offer some of the programs online. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I would love to take it out offline after this. Thanks very much, Cecilia.
Right, sure.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Vivian, if you can drop your email address on the chat, there are requests there is a request for your email address, unless maybe it's available on the slides, because the slides will be shared.
On the slides, I will drop it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can you please give a round of applause again?
Unfortunately, I couldn't do it online, but yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to drop my email here in the chat.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Before we break for lunch, may we please welcome our next presenter from ECDC, Mrs. Solisiwe Kokwai. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Soliswa. Can you please give a round of applause? Oh, No, your name.
Good day, colleagues. Are you tired? Are you hungry? I know you are a good audience and you're a reliable one. I am going to present with my colleague at the back, Mr. Jilaga, is going to take us through the funding part. I'm going to take through the non-financial support fund. Before we start, I'm not sure why there's that noise. All right, I think everyone online, I'm audible. I would like to start with this quote from Bill Gates, where he says, "Your most unhappy customer are your greatest source of learning." Being here, you need information. You need to understand how you please your customers so that your business sustains. Then, after that, you come with an idea that has got a clear model. And this author, W.H. Middleton, says money never starts an idea. It is the idea that starts the money. With your clear idea and the clear model, the funders will follow you. Yes. So that is key when you are stretching out and planning up. As ECDC, as a part of its support for the province, the SMMEs to thrive. Our profile, we have been incorporated since 2000, and we are a subsidiary of Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs, and Tourism. We've got 5 regions throughout the province with 3 satellite offices. And we are an entity that is serving the Eastern Cape only. We don't stretch out of the province. The objective of ECDC is to plan, finance, coordinate, market, promote, and implement the development within the province and its people through industry, commerce, agriculture, transport, and finance sectors. And all these sectors must be illegal, have illegal activities. Our core as ECDC, we have these offices, as we mentioned, 5. Our head office is in East London. We've got Cape Williamstown and Mtanzane as a satellite, Butterworth, Mthatha, Queenstown, and Gqeberha. These are the units that we have at ECDC: development finance and business support, which we will dwell more in our presentation. I am going to take through business support, and my colleague, Mr. Dlilanga, is going to take us through business development finance. We have got investment, trade, and promotion. Their focus is to promote the province, all the investment that are coming to the province, the opportunities, and the trade promotions, innovation, that is your film, art, innovation. There's a hub that is part of ECDC Cortex Hub. Also assist people are welcome to visit is in Church Street, next to Department of Labor. We've got property infrastructure development, where we lease our properties for business purposes. Retail, we've got industrial parks, commerce, residential, strategic projects. The residential is not in East London and Gqeberha. All other regions have got industrial. Then in one-stop shop, all the investments that are coming through the province are discussed there. In every form to reduce the red tapes and also promote provincial investment portfolio as a provincial initiative to make sure that we sustain in our goals. This is a non-financial support services that we offer. These services we offer for e-businesses to make sure that you balance out of your ideas. You don't need loan yet, but you are making you ready to go out there. Our way or a model is co-contribution. We don't do 100% except the trainings. Trainings, we train 100%. We collaborate with other institutions. We provide service providers, or we do training ourselves, depends. Then it's 10% ebadalwa client. ECDC is contributing 90% for start. Then our ubuya city 8, our start city 70. La percentage once into a proposal yakho approve, sifuna codes, then that's only when you pay. Then there's a contract between the three parties, ECDC client and service provider, if there is a service provider involved. And then other general things that we're doing, we provide business advice when you come with an idea and assist with the compliance, where to knock, and also check our partners. There's this idea, where can you assist with business plan development, marketing research development, due diligence, intellectual property, accounting systems. We've got a partnership with institutions that have got these systems, where we will enter into agreements with the SMMEs. How long is it going to be until you understand? And there's mentorship and coaching, quality management systems, where your client are saying that I like your product, but I want you, for example, to be ISO accredited with any, like if the majority of your clients want to SAPS, you have to go and look for a certificate, SAPC accreditation, and there are other competing institutions that provides such standards. With the productivity within your company, we are working with the Productivity SA to make sure that they assist companies to be productive and be able to see their core if they are still servicing the clients correctly. Then we support the informal business support. Omama bethu ezitendini, nababenza ibhizi. There's the market to access, because uzawuyenza le product, where are you taking to? So we check what is available. Mostly sizame ke ngokusecure izitenzi, then kwilando yoba masibhatale sonke i-ownership, sithi hayi ke ungaziyela if it's local. Then if ayikho locally, we come up with ways of how can we support. Then we've got incentives as well, in the form of Imvaba Cooperative Fund and the Jobs Funds, which I will unpack shortly. Imvaba Cooperative Fund is to promote the viability of the entrepreneurs within the province. And we want to check e-target, within e-target sectors, the pond, your agriculture, your IT, zonke ezisupportwa yi-PDP yethu siyazisupporta. And jobs funds, all the companies that are under stress, that must be approved by your financials. Uba company yako is going through hard times. This fund is not for a capital. It's for you to make sure that ulungisa izinto zakho, ukwazi into yoba kungabikho bantu baluza imisebenzi. Maximum, it's 10,000 per job. You must have a minimum of 5 employees, excluding the director or the owner. The company must be in operation at least 2 years. The requirements for Imvaba, it's all the FICA document, mostly of them. The forms, business plan, it doesn't have to be a detailed business plan. The CIPC document, all the signed certification, members, tax clearance, proof of resolutions, the bank accounts, there must be quotations of the things that you want to buy for the co-op, the short CVs of the people that are running the co-op, and the resolution I've mentioned, the lease agreement, if you are not using your own land or its members' land, acted as a contributor, the letters of intent that is going to take your products to the market or that makes you exist, okay, a very important part, this is the once of funding up to 300,000. Then the requirements for the jobs funds, I did highlight that 10,000 per employee, company must be in distress, and that as you must contribute to your IF. If you're not contributing to your IF, because i-UIF nayo inayo imali esapotayo uba abantu bangalozi imisebenzi, and ikhampani yakho must be 100% South African. I-employees zakho at least 70% of South African, then 30% you can outsource based on his skills maybe. SMME must have a turnover of 20 million and below. A retention grant only, not working capital, as I said. The maximum of jobs of this incentives is 250. I think the pillar up equally can be more good as Tata through Mr. Dulang. Not.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Luandi C. Wetlilanga. I think say coverage most of easy business of ECDC. I'll go straight to this product because she explained that under rural development and business support, we have two components, which is business support, which is dealing with enterprise development and development finance, mainly focusing on loans. And we have this product together that is popular within the province that assists based on purchase orders, where the supply and deliver, whether for the construction tender, it starts from 10,000 to 2.5 million. Interest rate, which is the hanging fees, it's 7%. We advise people get about many miscellaneous, whether it's IDZ, any municipality within the province that willing to sign the session must come to ECDC for this kind of assistance. The turnaround for this assistance is only 14 working days. But immediately you receive the order, whether from that particular department awarded you for a tender, come to us, don't wait for the last days. If we get Namhlanje to at the delivery of the same week, we won't be able to assist you because there are steps and processes that needs to be followed before sending disbursements. The only security that is required for the purchase order funding, it's a session agreement. I think this was a CIFA explained that it's similar to that one, but in terms of the turnaround time, we take only 14 working days. The department must be willing to sign, the client must be willing to sign, we also sign. Imali will be paid to us. We'll pay to your suppliers, all the suppliers, including the wages, if there's the requirement for wages or for a delivery cost for the product that is required with delivery. And then Imali is directly to ECDC. We take our 7%, we transfer your profit to you within 3 working days. It's simple, this one. If you comply with CSD, we have all the figure document. There's no need for a business plan. If you have a profile for us, at least to proposal, see as the background in your business, you can get this one. It's easy. Everybody must go and submit your applications for a tender. If you submit for a tender, go to a payana, show that you have money to service this. Then you can come to us, you pay 20 Rand direct to our bank account, we draft a letter for you. Even if also bidder within the province, we can draft a letter for you. So you pay 20 Rand there, city. In the event where you submit a tender, ECDC will assist, but so says the assessment before. So that's the next flow. Whether in construction, whether supply and deliver, siyakwazi ukuncedisa. So ime kanjalo lena. The second, these are the requirements. The standard ticket is similar to with the incentives. But for Nexus loan, purchase order funding, the business plan is not a requirement. And those who's fund against okay, but CST must be up to date, invoices and so forth. This one mainly same as the purchase order funding, but mainly focusing on construction-based tenders. These are the requirements listed there. The next one, it's a term loan and Power Plus. It's the same loan. The other one start from 50,000 to 500,000. Any line start from 500,000 to 10 million rand. But we reduce it in this financial year with Sipela to 3 million. Sorry for that, we're supposed to fix that on the document. The interest rate is linked to prime plus 3%. We need a business plan on this case. As a bankable business plan, we do an assessment. If we have an off-take agreement, we need that off-take agreement so that we can do an assessment. Mainly, we're targeting the existing entities for this one. We need financial statements at least for 2 years so that we can test the affordability. If you don't afford, yes, advise or reduce it or refer it to the grant departments or other stakeholders that we work with within the economic development space. So this is pure term loan, whether you need 500,000 and below or 500,000 upwards. Okay, enkosi. Sinayo phaku so kancinci phaku kula economic development and sector support. Nabantu ba interested in those film and acting, there is a unit there, one-stop shop. They can visit there. Bazamu encourage about like so office yet say quickly, it's available all the time, but get a phone and a one-on-one session so that we can advise straight according to your needs. Email address yam l.dilanga@ecdc. Don't see what I'm saying.
Okay, can we please just give them the round of applause?
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Not those titles.
Good afternoon. My first question is, I see that we applied to ECDC for the track, and we were told there's no budget. But my question is that there was an article that came out on, I think the 19th or the 18th of March, where it states that ECDC received 122 million cash injection for job creation, SME support. And that really, it made us so excited to know that ECDC has received 120 million. But when we applied for 150K, there was no budget. So what's been happening with that? Because that is then misleading us as entrepreneurs. Then there's budget available, and when we apply, then unfortunately we are told that I go marry.
Thank you so much. Shall we listen to say, let's clap hands for them. I was one of the trainees up to December. Might get access. Yes. Yes. The excited. Like I'm going to think about it in the other than. All right. Now my question is, prior we purchase order funding. Sana, you are killing us with E&F. Let me say it straight away. Firstly, when we submit these tenders, we must make the point that at least you win the tender of money. And you cannot be one of the preferred service providers if itenda yakho uzawukota u-20% because uno-7% uzakho ekulanda ku-ECTC awusozuyifumana. Cela ukuxela abantu ezihambeni nawo. Khangela ijonga ka-7% is killing us. Uthi sowufakile itenda imile our-deal uqonda ubana soze ndiye ECTC nangoku as much as I bought that letter eBrand because we buying that letter eBrand. Sibaleke sibheke e-Standard Bank bozokunikeza 4% at least i-priority yakhe. So ndiyacela if you want to support us as black people of Eastern Cape, please kake nizame ukujonga ngala 7%. Also, turnaround time, working days. I don't know whether you were saying 14 or 40 days. Because I put 14 or 40 days now. But please, it was export marketing. I don't know that I attended December by Mr. Craig, and I got my certificate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question for you, Lisa. How do you help the self-taught male tax petitions with the accreditation?
Okay. Can I just check with Mr. Azola if that was an old hand? Mr. Azola, is that an old hand or you have a passion for ECTC?
Yes, I do have a question for ECTC. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks to the representative staff from ECTC Azola here from Logic Incubation Center. We've got a number of graduates who from time to time are in need of funding. And I want to check with ECTC, will they be keen to provide, or rather, do they do a road show, and will they be keen to be invited? And I'm happy that I attended this session, and I think I've learned a lot. But also, I wanted to check on that 14 working days that the colleague was asking about, because normally we refer clients to apply for this financial assistance program, and they won't be number of satisfaction. So we would love to be a third party. We would love to understand the process, and we would love that they hear it directly from them. And what is the process? And I want you to help us, especially with that product that deals with the hawkers, those ladies that those Abu Mama, please can you dwell much on that one? I happen to have a group of Abu Mama Abanis who are working, they are writing this graduate who are looking for financial assistance. Can you take me through that program? I know you did indicate here and there, but I just have a clarity so that if I were to refer them to directly apply to you, what will be the process? If it does not work like that, how do we then make sure that they attend one of your information session or your roadshow so that they get an understanding in terms of the program, how it works? Thank you very much.
Colleagues, allow me to guys and some in Tanzania, perfumes, body lotions, roll-ons, categories. Mbuzo wamkele ukuthi ECTC mhlambe iqala nabo iqala kunceda ukubana into zami mhlambe zitest zizoba ne-certificate and then zikwazi bana mhlambe ne-barcode ibe nayo because nje nomqondo wokubheka phambili mhlambe zikwazi ukuba ngayisa ezivikeni.
let's take one last one.
So with those guys, and specifically, you know, quite good useful in the letter of we take this entire time 8 rand companies or other things. And then we open the safe the document there. All this one back. We say offline. We 40 rand there for we what we need that right now.
And yes, that's it. Okay. Let me start. The first question was in connection with the STREP fund. Unfortunately, ma'am, STREP fund, when we started STREP fund in 2023-2024 financial year, it was a pilot project. We were testing without enough budget. Unlikely, we received a lot of application, a number of application, thousands of applications, because there were a lot of people that need that kind of service. Even at the end of the last financial year, we were still focusing on those old applications. The 100,000 that was allocated to ECDC, it was for the entire province, for different regions. Not specific for funding, not for unit. All the sections that we just presented here, whether one-stop shop, development finance, economic development and sector support. It was not mainly for STREP funding. And then this 7%, I thought we were the cheapest. I thought we were the cheapest, but again, not on our side. ECDC have to sustain itself for the purchase order funding. We don't get any external funding. We have to fund you and then supervise fund the next person. So it's 7%, but I'll also talk about this when we have a meeting with the management to say people are complaining about 7%, but we have to charge you when it comes to this particular product. These 14 working days, yes, it's 14 working days, but the problem is after we have approved, we have to check the session to the department. Who I'm going to sign is a department. If you get to the departments, develop to CFO again to sign that session. Because without that signature of that relevant person, whether a CFO or CFO, we can't proceed with the disbursement of the payments. It will take 14 working days, but and try to negotiate with the department and try and request the extension on behalf of the client. At least if we get for 20 days. So there are so many stakeholders involved. Sometimes you do the deal when you do the clearance for payment, you find that CS to the client the tax clearance where and so. But if you submitted everything that right on the beginning, and now where we can always apply even online. Visit our website here to www.ecdc.co.za. There's an icon there, you say apply for finance. But if you struggle, you can come to our office for the first time. When you apply for the second time, I pin the company profile. It was just the latest document you just update. So for to us on there. And it deals us below 500,000. As in a committee, we only approve within the regional delegation. Above 500,000, you have to go to the committee. We sit every Tuesday. There's a meeting to approve this kind of transaction, not special Nexus, every Tuesday. So if we figure Monday, so I prepare every Tuesday along the line. Hence, need that 14 working days. It when they run, if because as God refunded but don't just pay this if you provide a proof that you paid it on the run of money tender, we can do a letter for you without charging you when you come. If you send an email requesting a letter or if you might visit the office because Ubuntu are immediately bese rely ku-graduates when it comes to these letters, and then asekho mhlawumbe ngaba kwi-delays nalapha I'm sure bakhona abantu bafuna letters ngomnilapha, but if ayifumenanga and don't submit a letter ngo-10, abantu basubmit letter ngo-10 akufanele ukuthi ndiyavala ngo-11 ndicela ileta awuzuyifumana. Yabo ndenza umzekelo andithi wena, yeah, andithi wena, but ndiyalungisa. Next time come to us, send an email or you send a mail reception, and then we'll get the letter immediately. No kumntu pha masicela singaphelelani, then sithi xa kuphuma lo mhlangano sihlale siphinde siyihlale ukuthi if kunemali yakho ephayana zawuzama kangangoko uyifumaneke, if ayifumaneki 20 rand sawuzama sosoba siyibhatale
Thank you. Xa ngaba ungaphendulwa sise-reception sikhona thina iinamba zethu, fowunela thina sithi bani nceda client nantsi inamba yayo, ziyenzeka ezo case. And then the 20 rand mhlawumbi singayikhupha nathi. Okay, in terms of accreditation for tech, we need to understand who accredits that, and we can check negotiation. We need to understand the process. We have assisted a group of artists with the training and the funding for a startup. So we can take it out of here. So how can we assist? And in terms of Ukut Azola, it all shows, yes, you can invite us, and then someone again will play group informal traders or Nazo. We can do a proposal as the group about how can best they can be assisted. It's not in the day one. We propose and see how best we can with the little money that we have. In the product testing, you can apply for about this product yakho, ufune quotations kwezi ndawo zenza testing, then sijonge ke ngoku within our budget uba sizawukwazi ezingaphi, umzekelo kuzoxhomekeka neecourses zazo, senze proposal ku-approve, then ke ngoku sithathe from there. There's that co-contribution, ungayilibali 10%, 90%, 80%, 20%. Ikhona question esingayiphendula?
Where are the offices in Tanzania?
A mall, more especially who are servicing tenants, a mall, not also Sumana team in Tanzania.
The old mall and highway overseas, because we have 2 malls in Tanzania.
Akuhlali mntu ne, but it's the facility ka ECDC le phayana. Bakhona abantu ofuna umuntu, but sikhona sakunika inamba thina ne-contact us. Awuzosifumana futhi. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Naku singamvalela. Okay.
Ngicela ukubuza lapha e-highway kwenza office xa umuntu ofuna i-space ayakuthini na?
Ikhona i-coordinator ne, uzondibhalela ndizakuxelela ukutishana nabani. We have e-coordinators for all the sites in Tanzania, for Jackson and Timbaza. I will provide you with the person responsible for Tanzania, so that you don't take the process of application. Thank you so much. Good Azola, uzawufumana i-contacts zethu okanye ungazithatha ngo-079 528 0920. Uzifumane Good Azola? Uzazibhala ulandile phayana kwi-chat box. Thank you. Ne-email address.
Okay, let's give a final round of applause. I also wanted to add for product testing as well in terms of your quality assurance. You can contact Mr. Lwandile Mtungana. Our laboratory will assist you in terms of knowing what you need to test in getting your product into the shelves. It is SANAS accredited as well, so you can contact, we can give you a quotation for your test, and you can share it with ECDC. Yes. May I please request that we have our last presentation for the day before we break for lunch. The speaker is already online. Why is this thing? Johnny? Okay, let's please welcome Mr. Viwen Mebe from NEF. He will be presenting online. Mr. Viwen, over to you. Mr. V, were you on mute?
Just checking. So. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Can we just give him 5 minutes? He's just setting up his presentation. We just want to make sure that we complete, then we can break for the day, so that we don't have to come back. Mr. Landile. Albert.
Oh, okay. Elred did send an apology. We just did not announce it earlier. They couldn't make it due to an emergency meeting that they had. But what we can do is to arrange a session with them, which will be for Elred to do an information sharing session similar to this one. It can be. Say again?
No, I can also share the presentation.
Oh, okay. Yes, we'll do so. Okay.
And also, speaker from yesterday, the last one.
Oh, yes, I'll request a presentation from them as well. Okay, that's we've noted, so it will be the two SRTA.
Okay, over to you, sir.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think it is to set up a data. Please let me know when you can see my screen, please.
Yes, we can see it.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm also audio.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the people online and to the guys at the actual event. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity as well to showcase what the aim does. My name is Buwele. I'm from the National Empowerment Fund. I believe it's been a good 2 days with all the DFIs notifying themselves and what's available funding is available. The NEF, I won't go you into the act, what we mandated to do. It's purely black finance, and with the starting finance, debt financing, it's from 250K to 75 million. Doing all different type of sectors, which I'll go through to you about it. The sectors that we mainly focus on is also startup products, expansion, working capital, mergers, and franchise finance. All of these, all differ. They all have their different criteria and requirements, which as soon as you go to our website, which I'll provide for you, and specifically the requirements will speak directly to what you want in terms of all of these products that the NEF does offer. Most focusedly industries would be tourism, agro-processing, manufacturing, student accommodation, energy, retail, and technology. So all of these are all of the sectors that are within the NEF which one can apply. But it's all, as I said again, the requirements all differ as well according to each and every sector and the limits that we have within the National Empowerment Fund. All right. So as I said, we have an endeavor fund. These are internal. You don't have to remember them. This is us internally where an applicant has applied. We will see fit where it actually goes to which fund. And as I said, we do SME funding, we do procurement, we do franchise fee. Starting limit for all our applications is 150 up until 15 million. So if in that bracket you're looking for establish a franchise which will be 30 or 20 million, that is, we are able and welcoming that we can co-fund either with one of the DFIs that have presented here, that are all here, under the government agencies, or any other funder that you may come up with, a private investor as well. So if it is not within our limits as well. So if you get to the maximum and you're still offshore, we are welcome to come through and with other funders as well. So all of these funds are within the NEF, and apologies, I just forgot the Women Fund as well, the WEF Fund as well. As I said, an applicant does not necessarily need to stipulate all of that. We will allocate it ourselves internally. The NEF doesn't have grants at all. Its total funding will be linked to prime rate, but we do have third parties whereby you get a blended finance, whereby these are the few that I just listed. We got tourism, furniture, Transnet, manufacturing, alternative energy as well. So if your application is in line with a certain third-party payment that we have, then it will become a blended finance. For example, with tourism, maximum of 5,000 would be 5 million. The application would be grant. And again, there will be requirements and criteria measures, with that as well. It doesn't include it only includes equipment and working capital. So if the acquisition, if you are trying to acquire a building or anything, a resort, B&B, example, it is 20 million, and then you want 2 million worth of equipment and so forth. The 20 million, therefore, would not form part of the grant portion, only within the 2 million. And then within the 2 or remember it, but as long as you apply within, we will then allocate to the third parties that are available within the ADF. Now, mouthful has been said the entire day, 2 days, as I can say, as to you can apply what's available, the funding, the limits. I think what is critical for all entrepreneurs to understand is the basis of all applications is that commercial viability. Commercial viability is the essence of each and every applicant. You need to, without a shadow of doubt, be able to prove or give us the relevant information for us to see that this application or your line of business will be able to pay back the loan and also then be able to create employment. It must be over 50% black owned, must operate within the South African borders and all of those. But critically, it is utmost important to show commercial viability, the market that you'll be targeting, sufficient enough, have substantial evidence to say why you would be selling or producing, or the market will be coming to you as a newcomer, or the reason why you're expanding, you'll be coming, there's more volumes or there's more orders for you, then you're looking to expand rather than expanding without seeing that there's more volumes that you can gain. So it's quite substantial that we do have evidence of supporting that expansion, and with all that submitted, we will then be able to fund you. As I say, if it falls within our parameters, it will be linked to interest rates. And then if it does fall within one of our third parties, we have I think about 14 or 15 of these third parties. Then if it falls within those, we'll also then highlight or take it into those categories. You don't have to have mentioned it on your application. That is our main exclusions would be your primary agriculture. We prefer to actually start on the agro processing, subcontracting. We don't take subcontractors logistical wise. Within the logistics business, we prefer to have the return load pending on the distance that is, especially if you're going to be going from East London to Northwest or something. So the distance of you coming back, either you take sand or coal, so it needs to be covered. That has to be within the logistical requirements that you should be. Politically exposed persons, distressed businesses. If you see that the business is actually going down, we have debt, so we don't refinance debt as well. You're not really physically there, you're sitting somewhere in Dubai and your business is running here in East London and you're just looking at the debt, so we won't fund such businesses. This is just to strengthen more specifically on the commercial viability, that one needs to specifically quantify their product and what is the market stating about the product and services. So whatever your product that you're servicing, it should be in line with what the market is actually going. You should understand the dynamics as well, the players around, even when it comes to the pricing, it should be predetermined what the market is, and then if you're going low or higher as well, you should have some sort of substantiation as to why you're doing that. So just to strengthen in terms of your viability cases, so that is the key in all the applicant submissions that you need to submit. The Alternative Energy Fund, I believe the reason why this is more highlighted out of all these third parties, it's due to the fact that ever since we all are aware of the load shedding. So this has become prominent that in all our funding, as I say again, even if you don't mention, we will then ask you the alternative energy if your business would not require it, from generators, solar, all type of to just to reduce the pressure when load shedding hits or to reduce the electricity bill. In some cases, it is reasonably attractive because it will be fixed. It is fixed at 2%. The applicant can apply for up to 5 million. As I said, it's fixed at 2%. It will have a year of capital and interest moratorium. So the repayments will be about 72 months. Fixed, whatever the interest might rise or increase, whatever happens, but it will be fixed at 2%. So it is a very lucrative or ideal way of actually getting that into place. The ADF as well does have a non-financial support pre-investment, whereby you still have know-how, or you still don't know how to assess your business plan and so forth, whereby a pre-consultant will actually guide you towards applying and how to formulate. We even have business plan toolkits on our website, which the pre-investment guys will assist you, whereby you can actually do the business plan yourself and so forth. Socio-economic development, out of all our employees or entrepreneurs, it is key that that part is actually meaningful in contribution to the economy, the benefits within where you're going to be operating, whether it be rural, peri-urban, township, or in the urban areas. It is vital that it does have some sort of socio-economic development happening within the area of operations the business would be. We also have post-investment support. So that means we not only give you the money and let you swim in the deep alone, because it is an investment for us as well, and we're expecting it to be returned. So our investment as well, we need to look after it, whereby we will be in terms of monitoring and also ushering support as well, whereby the entrepreneur, if the entrepreneur is requiring maybe some sort of a financial assistant or an accountant, they are glued into the manufacturing side, they're not glued into HR. We give you those kind of expertise and advice in management in key areas as well that will assist the business to perform. So there will be a post-investment associate aligned to you that will then assist you into achieving what was targeted. As you all know, whatever is in the business plan does not necessarily happen go to according to plan. So if things get off, there is help within the AEM, within our post-monitoring services as well. We also have a turnarounds and workouts and restructuring department as well. As I said, this is then when the market, if you all think about what COVID did to all of us, in those circumstances, then our turnarounds team look at what your debt is and see how we can structure it going forth, because what has happened to the market when the things are not going to according to plan, especially if it is not done by the entrepreneur, it is within the market itself or the industry that then changes. Then that then deflates or turnaround systems will be there to assist you in actually getting there, getting to the right direction. Our form of application, so one applies, it's screened, then the screening and assessment, it would be, for example, if you apply, I get your application, it gets screened and so forth, and we will have that back to back. All entrepreneurs always want to ask, how long does it take? How long does it take? It's actually when we have, that is between me and you, have done this pre-screening and assessment, and we have agreed. I then always say, let's start from there to stipulate how long it will take, because then depending on when the next DT forum is actually to present it there, then it gets approved, then it means we are investing into that, because DT, we need to go verify now our due diligence whatever the business plan that you have said or whatever credentials that you have inputted into your proposition. We now need to go verify all of that, the LOIs, the capacity, the capability of this, not to say that we don't go verify, just to check that whoever signed off is the legal person that needed to sign off the contract. The contract is valid, there is such entity and so forth. The legal team will give you a term sheet. We take all of that, give it to risk assess that. We also have a document that you would sign over that gives us to check your background. That will be given to risk. Risk goes and checks that you are not a fraud, you are that individual, if there's any high risk and so forth, are you blacklisted and so forth, why the reasons of blacklisted, or perhaps maybe you've been funded before and then you didn't pay off the other DFI. So all of those information is to create risk and verify yourself and the entrepreneurs that are in the company. And then the approving limit, if it's up to 5 million, it would be one committee, which would be the FMIC. Anything 5 million and 1 cent moves over to Exco IC to 15 million and so forth up until those stages. So roughly you can say what we usually say is from agreeing from screening, then you will say 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. So the maximum of it should be, if you're looking up to 75 million, should take up to 4 months or so. And then if all goes well, hopefully, we give you then the legal agreements you sign over. That as well, depending on your marital status as well. You know, some other entrepreneurs, depending on the marital status and how you are married, community, out of community, then the other spouses, they don't want to sign off. Then the legal agreement bonding, then you would not be able to sign off. Therefore, the money in the bank would not happen. So all of that as well, then also depends on what then the entrepreneur needs to commit to or what they have committed to. You also then have to give all the conditions precedents that you have said. You will provide us with, for example, if you had said you've got 50,000 worth of your owner's contribution, you did show me the bank statement, then when you applied, but by the time we want you to disperse, you say, okay, where's your 50? Then your 50 is nowhere to be seen. Then all of those also then damper or hamper the proceedings of the disbursement stage, even though we approve. And there is a time frame of from approval of you getting all of those CPs into place. I think it's about 3 months to 4 months to get it correct, all of those CPs that you had said, and then everything is all individually. That will be the money in the bank. And this is just a pure snapshot of what we have done in around Eastern Cape. But all of these will be seen through. If you cannot visually see of them in line or where you're sitting. That is all that I had to say. We have moved from our area offices. We are opposite Vincent Mall, opposite the game entrance, which is game entrance 2. There's a building there. There's a Resmi Business School is there. Yeah. So those are our contact numbers. They come directly to us, even though it says 011. I think my line is /2, but those are also the individuals that are at the NEF. And thank you for giving us this opportunity as well to showcase what we are as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Viwe. Can you please give him a round of applause? We'll take a few questions. I know it's been a long day, a lot of information. But as we've said, the slides will be shared. If you have any additional questions, the emails are there for you guys to engage with all the funders that had presented. I think even the ones that could not present today, the slides and the information will be shared with you. I think, thank you so much, Mr. Leve. Thank you for your presentation. We have come to the end of our funding workshop. Thank you so much for joining us physically and online. We hope it has been a fruitful experience. We hope we have given your businesses a way or an opening or a foundation for you to say, this is where I'm going and where you will be getting your funding. We are available, as Mr. Dinisa has said, within the STP to assist further. But for now, I think we might be having more of the workshops, depending on Mr. Luandile, for any interested parties. But yes, there's also going to be a survey that will be shared, and then you can share on that surveys if you want more of these workshops, and you can also share what other workshops you would like us as STP to hold for you, so that we can make sure that your businesses, they strive, they grow, and they better the Eastern Cape. So with those words, thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you all for you online. That is the end of our session. Thank you so much. Sorry, lunch is served the same venue. So you can have your lunch and go home and rest. Sorry?